Oh shit, we're live.
Holy shit. We're live? We're live. Johnny, we're live from the Safe Room Studio, approximately halfway between Boston, Massachusetts, and New York City. And with any cosmic justice, we won't have to refer to those names through much longer. That's my land acknowledgement.
Yeah.
It's only half an hour. I genuinely hope that one day there'll be a revolution and we won't have to refer to Boston as Boston and New York as New York. And we can recognize the lives that came from the people that were murdered to pollute the land, and eventually we can reclaim the land and fix the land and have some justice. But in the meantime, we're going to make dick jokes and poop jokes and music and make Demeter laugh, because if we're not doing anything, what we should be doing is trying to make Demeter laugh, because that's how we reach a crop for the next year. You know what I mean? If Demeter doesn't laugh, she doesn't have Persephone. If she doesn't have Persephone, we don't have a crop next year. So if we bow down, Baldo, Baldo, everybody knows Baldo. That Frederick Nietzsche guy, he said, wisdom and truth to a woman, and her name is Baldo. And without any further ado, I'd like to introduce everybody to my friend, the Moon. He's going to play some music for us, and we're going to celebrate the talent with Minerva Volume 4. It's over there. You can get it. You can contribute. You can be part of the joke. You can be inside the joke. And you can be what was inside Balbo when she made Demeter laugh. If you've got ears to hear, you know what that means. Hail Hecate. Hail the Moon.
And that's how I know you. And that's how I know you.
No. That's not how you know. It's not how you know. Not how you know. It's not how you know.
Boy, we could be blood brothers. Boy, we could be blood brothers.
It's just so much.
Boy, we could be blood brothers.
It's just so much.
Boy, we could be blood brothers.
It's just so much.
There comes a time.
What is happening to me? Who are you? I don't.
I know you don't understand, Jack. But if you come with me, well.
I ain't feeling broken no more. I ain't feeling broken. I ain't feeling broken no more.
Do what God forgot.
God, you are killing me, man.
this way. Don't feel this way. Don't feel this way.
You take this outfit home, and you burn it. You don't want to see this. I know you don't double back with outfits. I've never seen an outfit twice, but you take this right here. I don't care if it's Versace.
Please lie to me. Please lie to me.
Their concept.
You take this outfit home, and you burn it. We don't want to. You take this outfit home.
The moon isn't heavy.
Drug dealer business with gold diggers in them. And elevator condos on everything I love. Drug dealer.
The moon isn't heavy.
Drug dealer business.
The moon isn't heavy.
Drug dealer business.
You cannot begin to compare space and time. You cannot begin to compare space and time. And if you compare space and time, perhaps you can then go to not to have to compare space and time. Yeah, and if you compare space and time, perhaps you can then go to have to compare space and time. Yeah, and if you compare space and time, perhaps you can then go to have to compare space and time. Their concept of time was you look at the future as water. The present was something that compressed water. The future and the present. The present was something that
I got lost in the sauce and I mixed up love and beauty. The waitress who never know you live I got protected in the sauce. There's judgment, rejection. I made mistakes and it's too late to correct them. The present is the present and I never heard that. Guilty to celebrate the celebrate on the black. I turn to ashes. Playing over things. Change, then you're already dead.
It's so powerful, the relationship with states, those two races. That is symbolizing the fact that this marriage is over. This marriage is prejudice over. And in no marriage that you want to continue these days with them.
Another human being suffer. So the mind can't fathom. So the mind
The moon isn't heavy.
Genre this, I feel like I'm undefined.
No, you celebrating the moon.
The moon isn't heavy.
Hear each other. Other people, the 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 people.
I think woo is soul. I think Nirvana. I think woo is soul. I think Nirvana is soul. I think Nirvana is soul. I feel like, soul is just something that hits you and moves you and you feel. Soul is just something that hits you. Soul is just something that hits you. Soul is just something that hits you.
The first rising.
You cannot begin to tear. You cannot begin to tear. You cannot begin to tear space. You cannot begin to tear. You cannot begin to tear space and time.
Gaining out of trying to prove something to you, trying to prove something to you, trying to prove something to you.
Drug dealer, drug dealer.
Trains, lines, and TV.
It is essential that you pick one major, definite purpose in life.
Their concept of time was, you looked at the future as water. The present was something that compressed water, and the past was ice. Their concept of time was, you looked at the future as water. The present was something that compressed water, and the past was ice.
Didn't feel I could make a good sound with my voice anymore. I had extensive dental stuff.
The moon isn't heavy.
Didn't feel that I could ever again make a beautiful sound with my voice. And
we are actually in a biological, what I call a core matrix. And that core matrix functions as a computer's hard drive. Except this hard drive, the core matrix, is life. It's not just a machine. And everything that we experience in our consciousness happens because there is a program running in this core matrix. And part of that program which spawned the universe, the world, and everything we see has its own physics.
You cannot begin to tear space and time. And if you tear space and time, perhaps you can then go to perhaps another part of the universe.
Dreams lie due to me. Dreams lie due to me.
Drug dealer Benzes with gold diggers in them. In elevator condos. On everything I broke my heart. Do you have her? Hello. Do you have her? Do you have her? Hello. Do you have her? Do you have her? Can you hear me? Drug dealer Benzes with gold diggers in them. I'm broken. I'm broken. I'm broken.
You take this outfit home.
I'm broken.
You take this outfit home.
Wave goodbye, cause I have to. Wave goodbye, cause I have to.
You cannot begin to compare space and time.
She's smarter than me, she's funnier than me, she's everything that I hear 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 than me, she's everything that I'm not.
Thank you for choosing the Moon Factory. Thank you for choosing the Moon Factory. Thank you for choosing the Moon Factory.
Black music.
The moon isn't heavy. The moon isn't heavy.
Thank you for choosing the Moon Factory. Thank you for choosing the Moon Factory. Thank you for choosing the Moon Factory.
Nightmares are real on that.
Nightmares are real on that. Drug dealer Benzes with gold diggers in them. Nightmares are real on that. And elevator condos. Nightmares are real on everything I love. Nightmares are real on that side of things. You know what I mean?
The moon isn't headed.
When he was 17, my brother wrote this lyric. He said, "Run to the rescue with love, and peace will follow."
Not begin to care.
The moon isn't headed.
Man, you are a survivor. What luxury item would you bring?
1 2 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 1 2. All right. Hey, thanks everybody for hanging out with us.
She's like, everything's right. Everybody's right.
Yeah.
Super right.
This is we're doing a live band practice right now.
I mean, hitting it all. Your only reaction is gonna be a fucking love it.
Man, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Man, if you are...
Duality, baby. Take that shit. Every probably.
The moon isn't headed. The moon isn't headed.
If you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring?
Well, you're a very bright guy with very impressive credentials, and so my question, I think, is meaningful. Through all this research, this is sort of a cover statement. Have you concluded absolutely, without question, in your own mind, this is real, we are being visited, they are here, or have been here, or are coming, what have you concluded?
All right. We're gonna do a little bit of rap music. Make it a little more voice, a little more vocals, a little more the vocals, a little bit more. All right. It's all called Iron Deficient.
and good stuff.
If you are a survivor. Maybe if you are a survivor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Iron lights were packing in the used bin. A monarchy and I feel high over this cool shit. The only reason I got the vaccine was the psycho with a lot of people. Some people are very often. Some things are better left unsaid. As GTS angels set off with their heads. Children of the corn syrup, let them eat cake. Yeah, I think I read somewhere not all heroes wear capes. Children of the corn syrup, let them eat cake. I think I read somewhere not all heroes wear capes. That's it. For your box set you are what you needed. Karl Marx has the audacity to teach them twice. Yeah. I genuinely hope that y'all get head lice. I mean, like, I leave you scratching your head going, what the fuck is this? That's what I genuinely hope that y'all get head lice.
Boy, when you start talking about souls and curious
Hey.
containers, for me, it really
Check,
echoes
something
from the past.
All right.
Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury...
My shape up better, my car fat. My shape up better. My shape up. My shape up.
Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring?
My shape up better, my car fast, my drip better, my clothes fit better, my hoes better, my tattoos better, I'm stronger than you, my bitch thicker than yours, my guns bigger than yours, nigga, my guns bigger than yours, I talk better than you, I hustle better, I can get $1 quicker than you, I talk better, I walk better, my shoes fit me better, I get paid more than you, my crew with me better, my shape up better.
Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring?
All right. This one's called Hecky Tough. It's off a helicopter. It's that, what they call it, titular song. Titular. Where you say the title of the shit. Titular. It's got the word tit. Titular. Is when you use the title. Listen, I need new laces in my boots. I need new laces in my boots. I said, you better get home before the street lights come on. Yeah, I'm a connoisseur of gibberish, I said. T-paint on tiny desk. Teeth stained in coffee breath. Unconstrained, I'm unimpressed. Yo, y'all mundane and helicopter-esque like.
Manny, if you are a survivor,
my shape up better, my shape up better, my.
Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item?
I was thinking of if you knew anybody that would trade like the meteor for like a little pickle me Elmo doll. I was thinking of if you knew anybody that would trade like the meteor for like a little pickle me Elmo doll. I was thinking of if you knew anybody that would.
Yo. How's everybody doing?
Manny, if you
Throw
are
some
a survivor,
Cerberus
what
in the
luxury
chat.
item would you bring?
Throw Cerberus in the chat. Throw Cerberus in the chat. You know what's good for you. Throw Cerberus in the chat. Y'all know how to get past Cerberus, right? Cool, you know how to get past Cerberus? You know how to get past Cerberus? There's a couple different ways. You can do a cake. You can sing the song. There's a few different ways. You can just wrestle them and bring them up.
Oh, that's how you're gonna do it? That's how you're gonna do it? The real key to knowing how to get past servers is
I was
knowing
thinking
that
of if
servers
you know
doesn't
anybody that
actually
would trade like media for like. I was thinking of it.
Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you are a survivor, what
This song's called
luxury
Sense
item
Alarm
would you
if you
bring?
have to.
Manny, if you are a
Goes like
survivor,
this.
what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you
Yeah.
The moon isn't the moon isn't
Lower my medication, need to lower my expectations. Yo, by its own, don't test my patience. Crack a window, yo, we need some ventilation. Now I'm kicking back, chewing on a Magneto. I need new laces in my boots. I need new laces in my boots. Need new laces in my boots. Listen, I ain't got a pot or piston. Y'all got me hoping for the cataclysm. Thought their friends, they'll be just fine. Just let the good nine be the good nine.
Just remember to take your medication on time.
Set an alarm if you have to. Shit. Thank you.
Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you are a survivor.
And the Geisha's freedom game.
If you are a survivor.
Yo. Said Bobby for a minute, I got the Geisha's freedom game. Yo. Words fall in my mouth like loose teeth on concrete. Perpetually filling up with tragically like a bucket's all dead to be. All my idols said, all I see is mass confusion like you only understand ounces and pounds in your new speaking of the accommodator and full of pronouns like after which y'all can barely pronounce right. It's not profound, I got adjective preferences. Y'all can stare at this round if you don't get the references. That's why I take only medical advice from people who speak in company sentences. You know what I mean?
Now begin to care space and time. And if you care space and time, perhaps you can then go.
All right. It's also Stay High. It's about being a hermit and hermeticism and hermeneutics. It's about all three of those things at the same time. Some places out I still got a VHS copy of Haggard out. Fin the blessings and mournful, I need to sharpen my knives. I still got a copy of PG Life's Wonderful World of Life. I told the banks to keep their pegs off the COVID. Question back like what the fuck you fools hoping for? I got a 9 to line, I got a 9 to door. Stop me if you heard this before. I've only ever voted for Tom from my space. I'm always disappointed in Tom's brand toothpaste. I'm still practicing pratfalls and spit takes. Waiting for Lamar and a drop of mixtape. We be reading Mark's where I'm from. Kids be rocking Clark's where I'm from. We be reading Mark's where I'm from. And we be misquoting Clark's where I'm from. This is not for the literary. You know how to read. This will be entertaining. If you don't, it'll also be entertaining. You don't need to read. You know what I mean? Yeah. The London proletariats got celiac disease, disorder, free-breaded circus for the party bourgeoisie. Pardon my French, I don't know how else to put it. Running your mouth's a great way to get your face pushed in. And nah, skeptical or whatever, agenda, yo, push shit. I said I'm skeptical or whatever, agenda, yo, push shit. You gone and got your feelings hurt, you gone and got your wig split. Fight on my certain terms, don't get it twisted. Where I'm from, those are fighting words. Where I'm from, those are fighting words. We be reading Marks where I'm from. Kids be rocking Clarks where I'm from. We be reading Marks where I'm from, man. We be Miss Crook and Clerks where I'm from. I'm not on this one. Am I?
Manny, if you are a survivor. Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury?
My safe up.
I say, what's that about that? You cannot begin to care space and time. And you cannot begin to care space and time. And if you care space and time, you cannot begin to care space and time. And if you care space and time, perhaps you can.
I have memories that are from the future. It's beginning to feel like I have memories that are from the future. It's beginning to feel like.
Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item?
It's like that shit you said about old streets, but y'all missed the forest for the concrete. Steel copper, don't steal beans. I said, steel copper, don't steal beans. Listen, I got half a mind to leave y'all with half a mind I got. Half a mind to leave y'all with half a mind I got. Half a mind to leave y'all with half a mind I got. Half a mind to leave y'all shit. It's like that shit Hegel said about oak trees, but y'all missed the forest for the concrete. Steel copper, don't steal beans. I said, steel copper, don't steal beans. Listen, I never understood the difference between propensity and proclivity. Can you use it in a sentence? I never understood the difference between propensity and proclivity. Can you use it in a sentence for me?
Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring?
I was thinking of it if you knew anything. You cannot begin to care space and time.
Alright, we got two more, and we're gonna keep it moving. Thank everybody for coming out and hanging out with us.
I was thinking of it if you knew anybody.
This song's called Cedarwood. It goes like this. It says, I need to up my meme production now. Already sees my memes of reproduction now. Got vasectomy bars for days. They say anarchists only drink herbal tea now. Black coffee for me, get that shit off out my face. Got this sleepy soul on desperately to wake. I think I read somewhere not all heroes wear capes. Yo, I hope they're right for your sake. 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 Listen, Andy got 16 bars like the whole team got black flagging. These last four are particular, more clever than you might think. Obviously, all the lies in the scene all amounted to nothing. It ain't always love when you get butterflies in your stomach. I said, I always love when you get butterflies in your stomach. It's about stabbing people.
The moon isn't
Flow cash, drops. Blood crews, blood clots. Flow cash, drops. Blood crews, blood clots and said, shut your eyes, shut your door, shut your mouth. The truth and the lies will come out. Shut your eyes, shut your door, shut your mouth. The truth and the lies will come out. I said, I'm finna live my life hella hazy from the neck up. Who you callin' lazy? Fool, don't get your neck cut. I'm finna decalcify my pineal gland. Believe all women except Ayn Rand. 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 Believe all women except Ayn Rand.
If you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring? Item would you bring? Item would you bring?
The moon isn't the moon isn't
Yo. I'm from a red county in a blue state. Manny, I came here to do two things, but bubblegum makes my teeth hurt. They say you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You can't yell at a neither. I'm from the land of catcalls and dog whistles, check engine lights and virtue signals. I'm from the land of whole milk and old funny. You don't go killing all the bees if you're out to get the honey. I got a 1997 Buick disabled for sailing. I hope they release the documents on a bridge. Yo. Robert Frost was a shit photographer. Every soccer mom with a Fitbit a photographer. Derrida's too dense for undergrads and Foucault's problematic too.
Man, but Gina, do you know what that is? That's like the best drink. That's my favorite drink. That's my favorite drink in the whole. See? It's my favorite drink in the whole world. Orangina.
Manny, if you are a survivor, what luxury item would you bring?
They say you couldn't make that movie Blazing Saddles these days, cause all the sheep are grass fed. But you couldn't make that movie My Girl these days, cause all the bees are dead. Your home don't make my day. I'm finna grind your bones to balance my MPK. I got snakes in my garden, I've been in the treadmill. Fakes get no part of your, my aim is dead on. The chickies come home to roost. They'll be misquote in the loose. When the chickens come home to roost, they'll be misquoting the loose. Robert Frost was a shit photographer. Every soccer mom with a Fitbit's a photographer. Derrida's too dense for undergrads and Foucault's problematic too. Robert Frost was a shit photographer. Every soccer mom with a Fitbit's a photographer. Derrida's too dense for undergrads and Foucault's problematic too. All right. John, you want to bring up the crew, bring up everybody, bring them all up so we can have a little group session, you know? Everybody, throw some servers in the chat for the moon. Remember the and Instagram and all the socials and all that. If you happen to be in Connecticut on Tuesday, come hang out with us in New Haven, Hamden, or wherever the fuck. It's all the same to me.
Holla.
What
What up? Say thank you to the moon and Mandy Moorhall. Fuck yeah. We got Sirius, Tiger Shark, Lord Cameron. What's going on, y'all? Can you guys hear us?
Yes, sir. What's up? What's up?
What's poppin'? Tiger Shark, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you guys. Congrats on the 4th.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Book 2, so it's like the 8th technically, or the 9th.
Yeah.
9th, sorry, I can't count.
Ah, shit, I was muted.
We're putting the studio back together. Great shit. Can I get that headphone splitter back? No rush. Don't take your time. Holla. Lord Cameron, that axe looks great.
Is that a flying bee?
It is.
Well, check
It's
that shit
gorgeous. Love it.
Oh, that's cute.
You burning some
I
incense?
was
too?
I was muted too.
That's all right.
Sorry.
You can be
Actually,
muted.
this is a Jackson. This is a. I
Oh,
forget
yeah?
what the model is, but it's not an actual flying bee. It's their version
Okay,
or
yeah.
whatever.
I love it. I love it. We're in
I
between
do love
sets.
it.
This is how a live show goes. We are gonna play another video in between from our friend Sirius once I figure out how to do this. I had it set, I clicked the fucking button and it did not work. So.
You sure you don't need that for the
Yeah.
I seen it before in the background.
Here we go. No. No. Fucking goddamn it. You know, we should just do more live streams so I can get better at this.
You can learn how to do live streams if you do.
Just do it more often, yeah.
Nice.
Dun, 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 dun. Thank you. Just toss it right there. Just put it right there. Holla. Well, yeah, it's cheap.
Throw it across the room.
Nah, right this day.
We'll figure this out. Hold on. How the fuck? Why's everything gotta suck? Huh? Figure this out. See, the problem is I can hear everything and it sounds wonderful. So
Is the volume up in the?
what's that?
The volume up in
I have that problem too.
YouTube.
I have that problem too.
There we go. That might help. Am I delayed on my own shit?
Maybe.
That's what it seems like. How come I can hear an echo? Where's the echo coming from? Oh, you got the mic on? That'll do it.
Snäffen jag Freud ne fnäkligt näsflösseln och det jag blå där jag snackar lite. Voi na mana kait mit join. Ja, ich würde nooit dit nu.
Let's try this one more time.
Hi.
Oh, I think I figured it out. Hold on.
Prometheus by Lord Byron. Titan, to whose immortal eyes the suffering of mortality
Yeah.
seen in
Figured it
their
out.
sad reality were not as things that gods despise. What was thy pity's recompense? A silent suffering and intense. The rock, the vulture, and the chain. All that the proud can feel of pain, the agony they do not show, the suffocating sense of woe, which speaks but in its loneliness, and then is jealous lest the sky should have a listener, nor will sigh until its voice is echoless. Titan, to whom their strife was given between the suffering and the will, which torture where they cannot kill, the inexorable heaven and the deaf tyranny of fate, the ruling principle of hate, which for its pleasure doth create the things it may annihilate, refused there even the boon to die, the wretched gift eternity was thine, and thou hast borne it well. All that the thunderer wrung from thee was but the menace which flung back on him the torments of thy rack, the fate thou didst so well foresee, but would not appease him tell. And in thy silence was his sentence, and in his soul a vain repentance, an evil dread so ill dissembled that in his hands the lightning trembled. Thy godlike crime was to be kind, to render with thy precepts less some of human wretchedness, and strengthen man with his own mind, but baffled as thou wert from high, still in thy patient energy, in the endurance and repulse of thine impenetrable spirit, which earth and heaven could not convulse. A mighty lesson we inherit, thou art a symbol and a sign to mortals of their fate and force. Like thee, man was part divine, a troubled stream from a pure source. And man in portions can foresee his own funereal destiny, his wretchedness and his resistance, his sad, unallied existence, to which his spirit may oppose itself and equal to all woes, and a firm will, and a deep sense, which even in torture can descry its own concentrated recompense, triumphant where it dares defy, and making death a victory.
Prometheus by Lord Byron. So what'd you guys think?
Bullshit. I'm muted still. There we go. How long did it take you to do that? Forever?
It took me about an hour to get the takes right. I kept following up the fucking words.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to do that voice. And like, yeah, I detuned it, but like that's real rough on the throat trying to like read live.
I bet.
And I just opened the book fucking randomly and picked that particular poem. Could have been fucking anything. So
You singing too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
yeah, sing a tune.
Should I like do the thing?
In 1 second.
Okay.
All right, we got our homie Coy.
Do the thing. Okay.
Sorry, were you guys talking to me?
I was young, young king, and I want to run. And a friend of mine, who was headed for the sunshine. Got my hands on the wheel, got gas in the tank, got a suitcase full of money from a Luxembourg bank. He didn't stop till he got to this Cyprus. Wandered into a Legion Hall. Sign outside said Seminole Bingo. Fell in love with the ping pong ball. And the SEC is far behind. Down in the swamp with the gators and the mangoes. Long way from Liechtenstein. I'm a drunk town king playing Seminole Bingo. On my Wall Street a while, they don't help me even slightly. Cause I never have numbers, and I'm losing nightly. Cash in the last of my triple D bond. Bought a double wide on the Sammy Annie Trail. Parked it right outside the reservation. 15 minutes from the Collier County jail. And the SC is far behind. Down the swamp with the gators and the rings. Long way from Liechtenstein. I'm a young town king playing Seminole Bingo. And the SEC is far behind. Down in the swamp with the gators and the flamingo. Long way from Liechtenstein. I'm a young town king playing Seminole Bingo.
Big shit, sir. Anyway, dude. Your guitar sounds fucking great. It does sound great.
Thank you.
Tell the people where they can find you in real life or online.
They can't.
They can't find you on both.
They can't find me anywhere right now.
You don't have any music released? Where can they find your music? I thought you have music. And
No,
you have nothing live for the people
no,
to go and seek out if they want to seek out your music?
no. If you want to find my music, well, sucks to be you. I'm sorry, it's
Yo,
just
Moon,
not there.
Could you plug that brown one into that power strip right there?
I'm like Tom
Right by
Penny.
the-
If you see me, you see me. If you don't, you don't. I'm not out there
There's
trying
a
to
power
fucking
strip
make
right-
video
right
parts.
over here. You're the naked lady.
Oh.
What was
That
that?
was a Warren Zevon cover.
Oh, okay.
I figure warm it up with a couple of. Whoa! I don't want to hear that. Less me in the monitor.
What monitor?
Whatever's making noise right now.
Oh, sorry.
Whatever I'm hearing.
Yeah. All right.
Is that better? Almost.
Yeah, the less the better. All right. So fuck it. You got me really high again. Okay. Okay. This is a new one. This is called Learned Helplessness. If you're familiar with the animal behavior experiments where they shock the shit out of dogs in cages, it's also the thing that kind of tells you that like you don't have any control over what's going on in the world because, well, I mean, you're conditioned to believe that certain things are, not possible in this world. So, yeah, sometimes there's nothing really holding you back except your conditioning. And sometimes the door is wide open and you just have to walk fucking through it.
I am caught at house plants, watching the summer rain storm. Behind apartment windows, I wanna be right at home. Why am I so thirsty? I can hear the AC hum. Breathing anywhere else but my roots said to run slow. I get caught in the landslide, stuck between forever and anytime. When I'm there inside myself, I'm alone. But maybe you could help and tell me that I'm not crazy. Do it to kill this cage, still in me from broken bones to the soul. Help us somehow, yes, I know. Because my body tells me so. Electricity courses through me, but I don't move the muscle to go. What good is the body been for? Second, I don't feel it, I need more. Just like me by my ankles to the door.
Yo.
Yeah, gonna fuck that up a little bit, but oh well.
Yeah, no one's gonna go and compare it to the previous. Hell yeah, dude. Well, you gotta play more music.
Tuning break. Take a break.
Make you look better.
Refill me. You grab me one. You break down the table. Touching my mic with your dick. Gross.
It's the treasures.
I guess this one is about how
First time?
I should have a tuner, shouldn't I?
Electronic one.
No, that's not important anymore. This song is about internet dating, I guess, and how it has kind of destroyed our ability to connect. Ooh. I forget how bad I am at tuning when I'm high, and how high you always get me. Okay, whatever.
Last night I was cold and lonely, longing for somewhere to be. Maybe someone loved me and showed me what I need. Red, but I don't know. What are you doing over there?
He's scared us in the background.
Apologize.
Throwing off the talent.
You know what? Fuck that song now. And I'm just gonna play somebody else's song because, yeah.
Ain't much that I ain't tried. Fast living, slow suicide. And then running out of place to hide. Just looking for you. Well, my friends, they all agree. There ain't many a fool like me. I tell them, wait and see. We're looking for you. Running low and looking high. Looking far and looking wide. But down the south to find what this ain't true. Oh, it just ain't true. Still look for you. Still look for you. In the shadow of the darkest time. To the edge, sweet sunshine. I'll keep looking to make you mine. Looking for you. And when the curtain tumbles down, you can find me hanging round with my laid out on the ground. Just looking for you. Looking low and looking high. Far and looking wide. Down the south, I tried, but this ain't true. Oh, it just won't do. Still look for you. Still look for you.
Towns Van Zandt. Obviously, I was looking for you. Yeah.
I've been right door and she's not sure what is her. Let's put you on the list. Now your family's at risk. What are you going to do before they finally come for you? They'll be you black and blue, lock you up and start to shoot. What can we do? Organize and execute. What can you do? Organize and execute. Friends started a group to organize against the group. And when they had a group, they made a plan to execute. What are you going to do before they finally start to shoot? Will you be subject to organize against the group? What can you do? Organize and execute. What can you do? Organize and execute. What can we do? Organize and execute. What can we do? Organize and execute.
Holy shit, dude. Pretty sure we recorded that one. We definitely recorded that one. We didn't put that out?
No, it's got some tweaks that still need to be done.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's a good one, dude. We gotta put that one out.
Yeah, I was going to come over and do that yesterday, and then you texted me and said, hey, why don't you come and do stuff before, tonight. And so it didn't get done.
Yeah, it didn't get done. We gotta do that one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
It's got the double entendre on execute. Where are you talking about execution or are you talking about execution? You know what I mean?
I guess they'll never know.
Tricking you.
So what's your name? Oh, word.
You have a good night.
You as well.
Oh, you got an Uber?
Yeah.
Wow.
Here in the fucking sticks.
Yeah.
Good.
Must have been somebody going between Hartford and the casinos.
Yeah, probably.
You got fucking lucky, dude.
Yeah, you got real lucky. There's never Ubers out this way.
Say peace to the moon.
So what the fuck am I doing now?
I'm playing music.
that you could want me. Like you should see. Baby, get close to me. Close to me. I'm to leave. How could you love me if you see what I see when you get close to me, too close to me? I've never felt so naked, stuck in couch behind my teeth. So much sometimes I hate it when you're close to me, so close to me. But can I be forgiven for not wanting you to leave? Catastrophizing your direction when you're close to me, close to me. I believe that you want me. I choose to I believe. How could you love me if you see what I see when you get close to me, close to me? Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Fuck it. I wasn't practiced or anything. I didn't have anything planned really. So.
That was great, dude. Appreciate you coming up and fucking playing some tunes for the crew. Everybody's digging it, man. Johnny, bring everybody back up.
We got it. There is a crazy delay. So you made the right choice, not listening. I can't figure it out.
Yeah. No.
I was not expecting to do like a fucking guitar. Here we go. Nope. Well. Hollow. Yep. Can you unplug that mic? Just pull it. Yep.
Boom. How's that?
Ow.
There we go.
Are these plugged in?
I have no idea.
Alright.
Guy goes to a pumpkin competition, comes back, and everything is not the way he left it. What headphones do you have on? The black ones?
Yep.
Fucking shit. How we all doing? You guys unmuted?
Check. 1, 2. Unmute them all.
I did.
They're all muted.
It tells me I can't control it.
What?
I had myself muted.
Hell yeah, yo. How's everybody doing?
That was amazing.
Koi's the shit.
Yeah, everybody's saying that Koi's the shit. That was amazing. That was the best thing they've ever heard in their life.
Oh shit, my bad. What's up, man?
Yo, serious, how you doing, man? Is our microphone working, Johnny?
Yeah, that's on.
I'm not hearing myself.
That's because your headphones are turned down somewhere.
Oh, okay.
One of them. Is that better?
Hey, look at that. That's how
Is it
things
this one?
work. Knobs and all that shit.
This knob? Is that better?
Yeah. Who all we got? We got.
We
Cameron,
have Cameron up next.
Tiger Shark.
Lord
What up,
Cameron.
dude?
Oh, guys.
He wrote a set list on a different set list on the backside, so I was reading the other set list, and I'm like, what the fuck does this mean?
Oh yeah, it's set list on set list. It's a meta set list.
A meta set list. All right, we got Lord Cameron up next. Let's get this shit.
Cameron, how long you been playing piano for? Because you're goddamn good at it, dude.
Off and on, probably 20 years.
20 years?
Well, 25 maybe. I mean, I took lessons as a kid, but
I took piano class in high school, and we were supposed to, it was very entry level. And at the recital, I was supposed to play, I think, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. But instead, I decided to learn how to play Rain and Blood, Slayer, and I played that. It was either that or 500 Channels by Leftover Crack. So I went with Rain and Blood.
Classic.
I did a Billy Bragg song at the talent show once. That was fun.
I played harmonica while I played piano for one recital. I played Turkey in the Straw.
Harmonica.
I had like one of them. Yeah, I had a harmonica holder.
Jeez. Like who's that guy? I forget what his name is. They just made a movie out of him.
They made a movie out of him?
Yeah.
Out of him.
It came out of him. Yes. We got Lord Cameron. Let's run this.
Oh.
I have not actually listened.
You haven't
I
seen it?
was trying to be surprised.
Wow. Nice. Check, check, check.
Hello.
Sorry, I was muted.
Holy shit.
That was fucking awesome, dude. Holy shit.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Here we go.
It's fun.
I think we got less. We're gonna do another series.
Yeah, we got Sirius, and then we got Raw Path, and then we got Dr. Adam, and we're getting out of here.
Yeah.
Hell yeah,
We
that
got to
was-
say
that
a
was
special
awesome.
thank you to Greg. I'm sorry. Where's his last name? We don't have to say his last name.
Thanks,
Greg
Greg, for buying
and
the
Raw
book.
Path for buying the book. Fuck, I put it up, and 2 seconds later, you guys buy one. That is the coolest shit in the world.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. That's what we're doing.
It
you
is
know.
delayed because Mandy is going on a vacay
Oh, yeah, I'm
slash work trip kind of thing. So
Yeah, I'm going to be out in Holland for a couple of weeks. I mean, unless they come in next week, and you know,
nope.
The hard
It always-
copies aren't coming in next week.
they take fucking forever.
Best Don Quixote impression.
The author copies take like forever to come in.
Yeah.
Because you pay because you pay cost, right? Whereas if I bought them full price, it'll be here in 2 days. But
Did you see the test copies were printed in Connecticut?
yes, I did
That's
see
cool.
that. I think they started that because of me.
Oh, they made one because they saw our book is so popular that they started a
Maybe.
printing press in North Haven.
Maybe.
Sounds logical. They knew I was doing a show there next week, and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna make the book."
Can you argue? Can you prove or disprove this
Yale Press.
theory that I
Yale
have?
Press has been there for decades.
Decades?
Decades. Yeah.
Tens of years?
Yeah, at least.
All right.
Probably
I
100
mean,
years.
technically, a century is a decade. Is you know you can
Decades,
do it. Yeah, it's decades. It's 10 decades.
Fucking move this.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, base 10 is kind of boring. You know what I mean? Base 12 is pretty based. Base 12 is based. I don't know. There's something there. I'm gonna write about base 12 being based. Who we got hanging out right now? What's going on?
We
Where
got a
at?
very serious message from Sirius.
We do have a very serious message from Sirius.
Hell
yeah.
Man, I'm telling you, man, nobody actually reads anymore. Did you say spooks? I'm telling you, man, nobody actually reads anymore.
Proletariat. Let the pros to it, perchance the poles to ration it. Potatoes mold in ration pits. Perhaps a blast of passion's wit. A crass bit of jazz to fashion with.
Medea made era, mad in Madeira.
Darwin. Comedian. Come dia in. Come they did again to come. Aiden. Come for Diana. Diana always wins.
Matted ads for to have in the era.
Chomsky. Stinky Chomsky. Needs to take a shower. Horseshoe. Clip clop. The second shoe dropped. A pig in the sty. Yes, and did its flip flop. The donkeys all stand in a ring. Goats laughed as they sang. And all fell about in exquisite relief.
Happily hidden in the hides, a hippie high five.
Fishes. I have two fishes with which to slap. I have two fishes indeed. I have two fishes inside my lap. I have two fishes for need. I have two fishes.
Made up masters manipulating, masking modeled moccasins.
Soup. Soup is always good food to eat. To lap it up gently or quickly to feed. Use a ladle, a spoon, or any old tool. It matters it not. It's all in the school. But licking the bowl is always good greed.
An ash in the ash to ask for hash of the assassin.
Nietzsche. Let's see. Is God dead? No, it seems not. Horseshoes revisited. My feet hurt. My shoes are not nice. Actually, they're kind of, I think they're boots right now. My hand is sore from working and working. The fields are muddy. And so are my shoes. Well, boots. I think I'll sit on a bench.
Associated social datings with apps for hapless asps to grasp.
Canada. Can you piss this Tuesday? Can your bass play rivers? Can you bend a crooked arrow? Can you twist a rock? I can. or cannot dismiss.
Talented, I climb to the climb that doesn't rhyme.
Oh, yes, yes, beautiful. We love philosophical books here. Love the good philosophy books. Let's see, Fortune 600. Here is a way to truly sing. Turn about in a ring. Spin ever faster, like a drill. Gimbal like a top until it blows its top to smithereens.
Forsooth, my tooth, a bristled fighting truth.
Oh man, this one's in Greek. I don't know if we can do this. Oh shit. See, look at all this. This Greek. Greek is so hard. English is the first language. I'm sorry. Violence! Red is blue or something gross. I think it's in its digestive throes. Violence hurts the fellow brand. Purpose driven back to lands. Dying from a distant land.
Distracting from the track, my tractor is a hack, hack and sack, the back to a shack. Was it their foes' sniffled nose? Was the weight of way the same as the way of the hi-ho hay? I think it's stinking in a clinking can of distaste. Irate, irate. Not hate, nor fate. I'm absolutely late for a great state affair. I disastrously do declare. Clearly the eclair did disappear in the air when the air did exclaim with an imperiled flare. Do you show to blue muse? I suppose the few are doomed. I'm telling you, man, nobody actually reads anymore.
Oh shit.
Series 21.
We did it.
Holy shit.
He
Series.
left.
He's in the comments. He's hanging out.
He's still here. Yeah.
He said he was educated in America. Tiger Shark, how you doing, dude?
Good to see you, man.
Thanks for hanging out, man.
Yeah, chilling. No, I'm good. Good job, everybody. The music was nice so far, and that last one was trippy. I like that one.
He is trippy. Ooh, we should fix that.
Dude, I loved your bit in the book about the Mandrake and being part of Hecate's garden and all of that, dude. It's fucking great.
Yeah. I mean, so when we talked about it with Neil on Witch Doctor, I think having listened to it a little bit since then, it was almost like Neil was trying to write it off a little bit because the church in some instances were trying to talk about disregard the drug. But there's other passages in there in your book that I put in there. People can read it where they're actually endorsing it and doing it. One would be called the Eternal Sleep by the Thomas of Persane, where he was basically, using it to enter this eternal sleep and, see God or see Jesus. So it's not far fetched. But that other paper I found the other night, just looking for it. There was a paper that came out September 1st, 2025, and it was one of the museums at one of the universities testing alabaster vessels, Egyptian, 500 BCE, and they found traces of opium on these vessels. So just more hard evidence that goes in line with the boofing theory and all that other stuff, right?
I was telling my brother I've been trying to make a joke about the salt, but it's really hard.
It's really hard rock. See, Tiger Shark got it.
He got it.
See,
Yeah.
two Apollonians getting the fucking
it's an
joke.
It's a joke written by a Dionysian for Apollonians.
Right? Yeah.
I put myself in your shoes, and I was like, "What kind of joke would they like?" And
I laughed my ass off.
That one tickled him.
I almost woke
I have my degree is technically so it might be a NASA degree that's all about asteroids and stuff like that, but traditionally my bachelor's was geology.
Mm-hmm.
So I get all the basalt jokes and I get like the kiss my ash jokes as well.
Nice. Hell yeah, dude. We've been doing a bunch of pre-records because it makes it a little easier to keep it flowing and stuff. And me and my brother used to have a podcast with our buddy Red Baron, rest in peace. He tragically died young, and we had to not do the show. We decided not to carry on the show without him.
Yes.
But
It's a hard fucking decision.
Yeah, it was a hard decision. But one 9/11, probably about 5 years ago, 6 years ago at this point, I decided to do a little joke where I was going to tell Johnny and Red and DJ LLS, shout out to DJ LLS, where I was on 9/11 for exactly 9 minutes and 11 seconds. I've done it on stage and it crushes. Most people don't realize that I'm doing that extended of a meta bit where I'm telling where I was on 9/11 for 9 minutes and 11 seconds. But our good buddy Rob Half, I reached out and they animated my story from, took the audio from the podcast and put a little animation to it. And 9/11 was just about a month ago or so now, according to the Gregorian calendar and moon cycles and all of that. It was approximately about a month ago. Back in the day, they couldn't tell the difference between, they basically had 2 week chunks of the way that they told time. So the festivals were always kind of 2 weeks, and it was this 2 week window because you didn't really know, they didn't have the calendar exactly the same. It was according to what they could see and what they could visualize. So if you wake up in the middle of October, you're like, oh, it's mid-October, it's late October, or you can tell the difference between the beginning of October and the end of October, right? It's so thinking about the way that most of human existence told time and related to their temporality. It was basically a 2 week. Yeah, it was a 2 week window. You know what I mean? So when you're looking at when was this festival held, or when was this harvest windows and stuff like that, harvest festivals, you're really looking at a 2 week kind of a window. So when we say the book is going to be released on this date, it's roughly in that 2 week window there. It'll happen whenever Scobie decides, and all the capitalism and
everything
all the
works
book,
out.
And the mechanization of book printing and all of that. It's roughly a 2 week window.
Yeah,
it's a big cycle.
It's a 2 week window.
It's about a 2 week window. It's everything,
and it also constantly changes, and it's on general fucking mountain time or whatever. It's on Europe time, so it's so crazy.
It's on Europe time.
Yeah,
time's weird, man. It's just a thing really that people invented to sell more clocks.
Meridian something.
It's just a thing that people invented to sell more clocks.
Yeah,
time's not
well,
really
actually,
real.
according to Neil deGrasse Tyson,
how does he know?
He said that the Europeans made a trade deal with the French that they would take over. They would use metric system if they could be the meridian time, the grand meridian time. That's what that means.
Where they start.
Yeah, they are the standard.
Right.
They are the standard. So that's when time starts is in England. Everybody else can fuck off.
Yeah. What was that old saying about the English Empire?
I have no
idea. It never shits.
Nope.
Something like that.
No idea.
I think it never shits is what they said. But they did a lot of shitty stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
okay.
We got a story to tell about where we were on 9/11.
Shitty stuff.
Yeah, you see, that's what I was doing. See, I'm making it's called foreshadowing. All right, so this is where I was on 9/11 for 9 minutes and 11 seconds. Thanks, Rob Half, doing this.
All right. I'm going to tell you guys my 9/11.
9/11.
Buckle.
Hell yeah. All right, tell us this 9/11 story.
Hell yeah. Buckle in.
Oh,
so,
let's go.
All right, so we moved from Groton to Griswold, and on the 2000 to 2001.
Nothing about that sounds like New York.
It's important to the story.
Okay.
All right. I didn't do the summer reading.
Okay.
Right, because I moved schools. So the weekend before 9/11, we had to do a bake sale. So we all had to go to everybody who didn't do the fucking summer reading, we had to participate in this bake sale. That was like our punishment or whatever the fuck. I think it was just to buy drugs for the teachers. Honestly, I think that's all it was. So my friend Pat and I had the great idea to put X-Lax and make brownies.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, dude. Ooh. So we start making everything, and I have one bowl over here. And so I tried to Ari Shafir, my buddy Pat. I gave him the bowl I tried to swap bowls knowing he was gonna lick his spoon and shit, right? He fucking knew that I was doing it, swapped the fucking bowl back. So I'm fucking joking.
Son of a
I'm licking
bitch.
I'm licking, dude, and I fucking cleaned the bowl. I licked it clean. He goes,
And bet you cleaned your intestines out too.
dude, fucking, like, I put my brownies in the oven and it fucking
made a brown.
hit me. Dude, it hit me so hard. It was the most violent shit I have ever taken. I ran to the bathroom and I didn't fucking make it. I shat my pants so violently, dude. So violently. And the school was empty because it was just like...
He made lots of brownies.
Dude, yeah. Dude, it was everywhere. I was full fucking running to the bathroom and shat myself.
Fuck.
Right? And I cleaned, like, dude, the story gets so much better, I promise.
Oh, fuck.
So I go to the bathroom, I start cleaning myself up. And at one point, I'm
sitting there crying.
I handled it pretty well. I was just like, I had no bottoms, and I was sitting there, and I just had a white t-shirt. Everything else was just fucking covered in shit. So I had the great idea.
God, that's some I hope they serve beer in hell shit.
Dude, so I had the great idea of taking my shitty underwear, grabbed a handful of tissues, and I wrote one of those fucking S's, like the classic fucking S. You know the one I'm talking about,
the
right?
S everyone drew in
yeah,
eighth
dude.
grade, yeah.
I was in 8th grade, so I drew one of those fucking S's in my shit with my underwear. And I threw everything in the garbage and ran to the locker room, changed, and then went back to class.
What the fuck?
Yeah, dude. So that was the fucking whoa, what just happened there? That was the that was the Sunday before 9/11. And 9/11 was on a Wednesday, right? Something like that.
This whole story just keeps getting shittier.
A student brought a batch of brownies to school laced with a laxative.
Hey, a lot of frustrations. We're told the brownies were given to upwards of 20 students. Weren't able to confirm that with the district because we haven't heard back from them, but we do know that the sheriff's department is now investigating the case. It happened yesterday, and today parents got a letter about that bad batch of brownies.
Monday goes by, nothing. Tuesday goes by, nothing. Wednesday morning, I get called to the office on 9/11. I get called to the office. It was like first thing, 9 in the morning. 9 in the morning. Damn. So I'm sitting in the principal's office waiting to get called in, and there's a really cute girl that's also sitting in the principal's office, and we're sitting there, and we look up at the TV, and the first plane hit. Boom, and
So
they're
you
just
shit
showing
yourself
all that.
in school, and that's your 9/11.
No, dude. So we watched the plane, right? And they're like, at that point they didn't know what the fuck the thing was. And then we were sitting there, and we both watched on live television the second fucking tower get hit.
Yeah.
And we were like, holy fuck, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know who this girl is.
Changing history.
And then everybody shit their pants.
No.
Collectively.
I'm sitting in the office, and there was this like really intense moment that I had with this girl that I had no idea, really didn't know, and she was in the principal's office.
Y'all are stuck in that moment.
We're both stuck in this moment, and I asked, like, jokingly, just to kind of break the ice, I'm like, hey, what are you in for? And you know what I mean? I didn't know what to do, so like I just asked her. I was like, hey, like,
like you're on a bus on the way to prison.
Pretty much. So I joked. I was like, I tapped her foot. I was like, what are you in for? And she goes, well, at the thing on Sunday, the bake sale on Sunday, I got my period really bad, and I went to the girls room, and I drew a swastika with my tampon.
Yo, what a rad bitch.
Dude, I was like, that's such a better move. I drew one of the shit fucking S's.
I could have been way more
She draws a
offensive.
blood swastika. I was like, oh my god, this is amazing.
Dude, blood swastika would be an epic
Period blood swastika. That was such, like, my mind was fucking blown. I was like, I could have drawn a shit swastika, but I didn't. I drew a shit S. She drew a swastika. It was amazing. So
yeah.
Right? The principal didn't fucking call it, like,
This story was way better than I anticipated.
Dude, it's a good one.
You're making it up as
gets
you're going.
no, I'm not. It gets better, dude. This happened to me.
Right, sure, this happened. My wife was sitting next to me, and the girl told me she drew a swastika in blood, and I asked her to marry me.
No. So
question mark.
This is How I Met Your Mother.
So
yeah, he's describing
school
that
gets-
show. How I Met
they
Your
send
Mother.
us all home, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at this
Is
point,
he
I think
Barney?
John-
Is that the dude's name? Neil Patrick Harris?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
so they send us all home.
They're
Turns
like,
out,
get out, you shitheads.
turns out she's on the bus. Hell yeah! So, so like she's on my
Short
bus.
bus? She's on the short
The
bus.
wheels
too?
on the bus go skirt, skirt, skirt. Skirt, skirt, skirt. Skirt, skirt, skirt.
Fuck yeah! So she's on the bus, and like she was, you know, in the morning I didn't notice because she was sitting at the front of the bus. Her stop's like a few, you know, ahead of mine or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So, you know, we're sitting on the back of the bus, and she pulls out a CD player, you know, a little Walkman CD player or whatever.
Is it Screwdriver?
No, it's System of a Down, because that fucking album had just come out a couple weeks earlier.
Yeah.
Right? And she puts it on and puts one ear on, and, you know, we get close, put, you know, cheek to cheek, put the other ear on my, and she's playing System of a Down, and I'm like, I fucking hate this so much. This is so fucking bad.
It's her.
Dude, she goes in for an HJ on the back of the school bus on 9/11.
Dude, 9/11 at that point was best day and worst day of your life.
Dude, it was crazy. She goes in for the HJ, and then she pulls out a fucking Magnum condom.
And you could.
There's no way you would need that.
And you could.
It fits. No, it fits. We established this last
With
time.
air. Okay.
Not in middle school.
Yeah, right? Yeah, definitely not.
Anyway, dude, she pulls out
Fits over your foot.
Holy shit. Yes, I love you, Trump face.
So I'm getting a hand job on the back of the school bus, listening to one headphone of fucking System of a Down. It was
Getting jerked off?
Getting jerked off with the condom on, a loose fit, an ill-fitting condom. Her stop comes, or my stop.
Her stop
no,
comes.
No, my stop comes.
Who came?
No one, dude.
No one.
No one.
It was that bad.
My stop comes, and fucking, I'm just like, I don't want to walk all the way home from
With
from
a
her.
boner.
You know, I had no idea where her stop was. It could have been miles away. You know what I mean? I didn't want to fucking deal with that. So I just like got up and went and left the bus.
You were like, peace out.
Still wearing the condom. I still had the condom on. I just zipped up, walked off the school bus wearing a condom. I get off the bus. As the bus rolls away.
Did it fall out of your pant leg or something?
No. The fucking bus ran over a cat. Ran over our neighbor's cat. It was the grossest thing I have
what
ever
is happening?
seen in my life. The fucking bus ran
So you
over
saw
the neighbor's
two
cat.
towers come down, and you got jerked off listening to System of a Down.
With
and
the condom
then
on.
the school bus killed the cat.
The school bus and its fucking
School bus
intestines.
killed the What?
Dude, the cat's intestines like shot out like a tube of toothpaste and got on my fucking pants.
And then you came.
Hell yeah. It's been trash with everything around me.
Yeah.
You want to close it out with that song that we talked about? Nonchalant.
Should probably check my privilege. I should probably check your references. Should probably check your distance. Y'all should probably check your distance. Listen, I ain't never heard a Bible verse I gave a fuck about. Finna snatch the money out the register and get the fuck about. Alright, how the rest of it go? Yeah. Cranking keyboards like I can't break case fast. Always beats bomb, baby. The status quo ain't that bad. Pickled opinions all cut from the same cloth. Pro-tab minion boil gossip and bone broth. So bad, y'all. I need to turn my phone off. Cause this thing I want is someone trying to FaceTime me while I'm doing drugs on my phone screen now. Doing drugs off my phone screen now. Doing drugs off my phone screen now. Doing drugs off my phone. Doing drugs off my phone screen now. Doing drugs off my phone screen now. Doing drugs off my phone screen now. Doing drugs off my phone.
Wake up in the morning feeling wild as shit. Going crazy, writing rhymes, hoping something will hit. If you see me on the stage and it was probably legit. If you met me off the stage and I was probably lit. I black out when I spit, I just enter a zone. Ain't nobody fucking with me, gotta leave me alone. But I'd rather talk in person, could be tapping the phone. I'm a wild fucking animal you never could own. I smoke a cone to the face, undeniably gas. Unless you pitching in, I ain't trying to pass. Drink some wine, sniff a line, crack a smile and laugh. She give me long neck like she half a giraffe.
Check.
Hell yeah. Rest in peace to Red Baron. Thank you all for listening to that. Appreciate it.
It's a 100% true story. That's where I was. It's actually what happened to me. That's my lived experience on 9/11.
Our school also shut down because somebody thought that they mailed what was that shit? Anthrax to the school, but really somebody cut into the coffee filled
It was coffee creamer.
and they shut the
Yeah.
school down for 2 fucking weeks.
Oh man, it was 2 days, but yeah, coffee
No,
creamer.
it was 2 weeks. They stopped fucking lunch. They stopped bus schedule. It was crazy. They thought that terrorists were coming after our little school in the middle of fucking nowhere. So
You know what I just saw on the news? Like some, I think it was a teacher or a substitute teacher at some school got arrested because he was taking those like fart bomb capsules and breaking them in the school during the school, but he got arrested for it. I'm like, we did that shit at the school dances. We'd go on the dance floor and break those fart things and then leave.
Hell yeah, dude. Chaos.
And we
apple.
never got in trouble for that. But like now it's just completely different from back then, you know?
I mean, that's the classic chaos apple, dude.
Yeah.
Throwing fart in the elevator, fart in the party, man.
I was in a school where a guy lit a smoke bomb in the hallway and the smoke alarms didn't even go off. Like it was just like oh shit, you know, there was no cameras either. But like, hey, this fucking guy lit a smoke bomb. You know, everybody go back to your class, get out of the hallway, and that was it. But nowadays that was shut the what was it? No, it was a smoke
We were just
bomb,
talking
a
about fart bombs.
legit smoke bomb in the hallway.
We were just talking about
But that would have shut school
Fucking
down
weird.
for fucking 3 days. You know what I mean?
Dude,
Like,
I didn't go to the senior prom.
Neither
I think
did I.
senior prom. We went to the I think we went to the sex store and got a rainbow sequin man thong.
Oh.
And I put
remember
on
that.
yeah, I put the rainbow sequin man thong on,
Coy's
and I
confirming this
ran when they were all
story.
doing the group photo, and I did cartwheels in front while they were doing the group photo. So
Can you still do a cartwheel?
I could probably still do a cartwheel, not in here though. There's
Yeah,
not-
he had the rainbow banana hammock, and then Will had the fucking the fuzzy.
Coy
one
is
with the
confirming the
monkey.
story, and
It's a true story.
I had no idea it was a
They
true story.
They played Scopy Fest.
We played shows while we were wearing the rainbow sequin man thong and the and you know, Coy can actually vouch to me actually inventing Rick rolling too as a joke, making fun of Rick to Life at the LNG in the year 2000. So 2001, actually, the year 2001. So it actually, the actual, you know, the joke that was Rick rolling originally was esoteric punk rock joke, and Coy was one of the, well, he was there when that happened. I was making fake 25 to Life cassette tapes and leave them in the bathroom at the LNG or the American Legion or the Pogo in Norwich. What was that one out in Providence? The Living Room in Providence.
living room, yeah.
The Middle East in Boston. I did that. I did this at every club. I would leave fake 25 to Life cassette tapes on the toilet. And if you actually grabbed it and you put it into your cassette player, most likely you didn't have one, so you didn't take this actual step. But if you put it in, it would give you one song of 25 to Life. And then the rest of it was Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley.
Was it a good 25 to Life song?
There's no such thing as a good 25 to Life song. They all
That was
suck.
my setup. That was Ali.
Nailed it. But anyway, that's a true story. Then, you know, that's actually where I was on 9/11. I have no reason to lie to you guys. I don't know why people would ever accuse me of lying. I know I was genetically bred on Plum Island to be, you know, for intelligence and all of that. And that's how we got.
It's probably more true than
and that's how we got Lyme disease and all of that, because it was a leak on Plum Island. That was actually to get me out. So if you guys have ever seen what's that show with the girl 11, and she was in the
Stranger
thing?
Things.
Stranger Things is actually based on me escaping from Plum Island, because I was bred genetically modified on Plum Island to be genetically superior for intelligence. That's it's actually a true story. It's a CIA project. It's tied to MK Ultra and all of that stuff. That's why I have gnosis in a way that most other people don't.
Because you bleed a lot out of your nose.
Exactly. So the bleeding that's tied into me.
Uh-huh.
So that's actually like 11 is based on me.
Yeah.
If you guys, that's canonically true for the Towel of Minerva, is that I was actually bred on Plum Island for this superior nasal activity, this nasal superiority that
I thought you said naval as in navy.
No, nasal as
Nasal
in
activity.
aroma, as in my superior use of my nose, my nasal faculties.
Fuzzy navel.
Fuzzy navel?
Yeah, like the shot.
Oh, that's a drink. I thought you were making a joke to pubic hair.
I'm making lots of jokes.
Are you playing the?
This is our interview with Dr.
Holy shit,
Adam.
All right, we're taking a break from the live symposium to do a live record, to do a pre-record, Johnny.
Yeah.
We're breaking the fourth wall within our fifth wall break, because I'm assuming that our friend Rawpath has something there where the fourth wall is being broken, so we're doing the fifth wall at this time simultaneously. But I'm super excited for this one. We've got an actual PhD holder of the proper certificate and credentials here to talk today about Max Stirner. And as always, Scobie-Wan over here knows absolutely nothing about Max Stirner, so this entire thing is to ultimately teach him and our audience who Max Stirner was, and potentially can be in the future. So without any further ado, Dr. Adam, would you like to give the elevator pitch, tell our people who you are, and we'll get into the conversation about Max Stirner.
No, yeah, thank you both for having me. So yeah, hi. So I'm Adam Jones. I'm from a podcast called Acid Horizon. We do a lot of continental philosophy, theory, psychoanalysis. We also run our own sort of seminars and reading groups, and do stuff like our own books, as well as the occasional pornographic tarot deck, just to keep things interesting. But yeah, I did my undergrad thesis and then my doctoral thesis, which disproved the first one, on the philosophy of Max Stirner, his implications, sort of the history of radical politics, and particularly around anarchism, communism, and the ideas of insurrectionary theory today.
Hell yeah, man. I mean, in my opinion, remarkable that you were able to convince somebody in academia to let you do that, because it's just he's one of these guys that's been kind of stigmatized for so long, and he's kind of this back figure that's like in the background of all sorts of really cool stuff that I grew up reading. So within my milieu and my ideas, he was kind of in the forefront. And actually going out there and touching grass and talking to normal people, they don't really know who he is very, very much. You had to kind of grow up in anti-war circles and kind of writing letters to Ted Kaczynski like I was when I was in high school. So if you grew up in those circles, obviously Max Stirner is the guy you've heard of. But what would you want to just say briefly if you could crunch your dissertation into, an elevator pitch, what would be the most important kind of key points that you would think people should know about him, and so on?
Yeah, so I'm going to not put it too much in the context of dissertation, because it's intervening in a kind of literature and in sort of debate that's already going on. But I think just to sort of, I was going to introduce one like Max Stirner. I mean, so he's born in 1806, right? That is at the death of a 1,000-year-old empire that has basically set the legal, political, customary standards for Europe for literally at that point 1,000 years, what we now know as the Holy Roman Empire. Pardon me. But yeah, he's born sort of at the dawn of this complete collapse in the institutions of what would then become Germany, and he has a relatively sort of quite sad life. But what matters for him is he goes to sort of the lectures of the biggest philosopher of his day. That's this guy Hegel, who builds this giant sort of all-comprehending attempt at a philosophical system. And at the time, around his sort of I think late 30s, early 40s, he goes to Berlin after being a teacher for a while, and he gets involved with this debating club called Die Freien, the Free Ones, that happens in the back of an old wine bar called Hippel's on Friedrichstrasse in Berlin. And where all of these debates happen, this sets the sort of philosophical stage for a lot of political thought that comes after it, because when he goes into this circle, it's around 1843, 1844, and then in Germany, this period is known as the Vormers, the pre-March period, because 4 years later, a set of revolutions kick off across the entire continent, which we know now, sort of the revolutions of 1848. I think it's the same revolution that Les Miserables is based on in the version in France. And so he is writing at the cusp of all of these debates about, we've just been in one dead society, a new society is coming, and this is what capitalism is, and there are going to be these political and economic tensions. How should the revolution be fought? And at the time, you got all these different thinkers saying that, we've all been to Hegel, and we've all come up with the same idea together, which is, we read him as saying this: the essence of God, all these ideas that we have in religion are just human ideas that we've lost sight of, but we've projected outwards onto the spiritual plane. But actually, it's all us. And so we need to take back religion for humanity, not by being more religious, but by being more human. And there's different ways of figuring out that idea, right? Where they're going to revolutionize society by making it explicit that we exist in society together as members of a collective human species. We don't need a religion for that. And this is why these ideas, for example, there's these two guys, Bruno Bauer, who we most know for his quite anti-Semitic works later on that Marx responds to. Well, actually, at the time, and by Feuerbach. And they both essentially believe that through philosophy, we can understand that religion is kind of a false idol. It's just humans projecting themselves outwards. And through this, revelation, we can have a revolution, essentially. Move from revelation to revolution. Stirner is sort of sitting in the back, smoking like a cheap cigarillo and going that, you've just replaced God with man, and man just as abstract here. Because they're talking about we need to do this all for the human species, and Stern has to be there like, well, I'm not the human species. If anything, no one's the human species. Who gets to speak for all humanity? And that's why he starts by speaking of himself. He starts by using these philosophical narratives and concepts of this great unfolding human history, and says, well, what about, forget the universal human, forget the essence of humanity beyond all humans. What about me, the particular individual? And he doesn't mean individual in the sense that, Ayn Rand's talking about it. He's talking about the individual as something which escapes being subsumed under these philosophical concepts and narratives. He thinks, well, there's something that exceeds all of that, because when we use language, and we can't not use language in doing philosophy, we can all, and this is a point from Hegel, we can never quite say what we mean, So say I'm drinking this beer right here, right now. Now everything is this here and now. I can't quite fix what I mean. There's to be a certain history of concepts and narratives to make sure I can say what I mean. But in the immediate moment, language can never quite say what we mean, even if I say I, because you're an I and you're an I, eyes. This is part of the tension, and Stirner's going to exploit that to try and find a vision of what human life is that doesn't need to be subordinated to an absolute concept of it, and requires us to be more in the encounter without, essentially, so that we can live with each other without necessarily having to know each other or to make each other knowable to our own concepts. That was a bit rambly, but hopefully that's a good intro.
That was a beautiful diatribe there. I love that.
I don't think you rambled at all.
That was actually the most coherent diatribe we've had on the show.
Yeah.
Up until this point. So you've done this before, clearly. So yeah, basically, Johnny, you understand Hegel from our book as
Yep.
the guy with the triangle,
Right,
you know,
yeah,
and
yeah.
with the triangle at each point of those
Yeah.
triangles and all of that. And then, you know, these guys, the German Silly Billy School of Philosophy, went to bars and, you know, a bar in particular, and were telling each other jokes and all sorts of crass humor while they were drinking. And you know, one of the things my audience really wants to know about and, you know, kind of drive home and explore is their use of humor and their use of satire, and how at the time that was in their minds like actually like a revolutionary act, because you know there were people literally, you know, very shortly before them that were killed for it. Their books were burned. They were, you know, exiled from their communities and all sorts of things. I mean, Galileo was basically forced to put his, you know, most pivotal work into the form of satire to get it across to people. You know what I mean? So they're coming out of this like time-honored tradition of, you know, revolutionary satirists, and I mean, coming to and doing so at the time when, you know, the Holy Roman Empire was collapsing and was completely, you know, completely in the rubble. So they're kind of, you know, at that point, like, how do we clean up the rubble? How do we take that rubble and do we reconstruct it? Do we, you know, just sweep it away and build on top of it? What, you know, they're trying to figure out what they do, and they're using crass humor to do that. You know what I mean? And that's part of the tradition that our book is
Well, it's pretty crass, ain't
still
it?
still within. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These guys were basically one of the first schools, the first classes of philosophers who were actually free from, you know, a lot of the shackles of the Christian church that they had on academia at the time. You know what I mean? It took a lot of people fighting against that for them to have that freedom to then explore. And Bruno Bauer was he was actually canceled for his book back in the day. And, you know, I think several of these people had to write under pen names so that they could, you know, get their stuff across, because there were still censors from, you know, the government, but it wasn't, you know, explicitly coming from the church the same way that it was. You know what I mean? And they were fighting for, you know, against the kings for a republic and, you know, trying to make progress and all that. And at the time they were looking at America, you know, the colonies as this potential, you know. Karl Marx wrote a letter to Abraham Lincoln.
Really?
Yeah. Saying, hey, you know, power with you, you know, we're, you know, in favor of him. He actually called him a comrade. It was cool stuff. So like, you know, these people were, you know, we like conservatives and all that try to look at them as being like these evil commies and, you know, but like a lot of time they were on the right side of history. You know what I mean? You know, the name Bruno Bauer, he did the, you know, he was racist and all that, anti-Semitic and all that. Yeah. But within our community, he's known for being the guy who invented Jesus mythicism as we know it today. Right. So he's the guy who basically looked at the Bible and said, this Jesus guy probably didn't exist. And that stirred up a lot of shit, and still does to this day. You know what I mean? Like still to this day, people are taking that idea and running with it. But he himself was a comedian and a satirist. So like having that mind, you can read the stuff and go, this kind of looks like a stage play. This looks like, you know, a reconstruction and a, you know, like a stage play like Dionysus or something, and, you know, Attis, and, you know, taking all that stuff, and, you know, eventually you get that, you know, Zeitgeist documentary on early YouTube and all that shit. But like kind of all fell downhill from, you know, from them kind of having the shackles loosened from the church and being able to explore the text and stuff like that. So that's also a diatribe that I just did there. So I see your diatribe and I raise you one diatribe. So we're playing diatribe chess here.
So was he like one of the main people in this like community, or was, like you said, he's sitting in the back smoking a cigarillo? How like involved was he? Or, you know, I literally, when he says I don't know anything about this, I'm a jock who learned how to use a computer. I have no idea what he's talking about.
So he wasn't one of the two ringleaders. There were at least two big people in the factions. There was Feuerbach and there was Bauer, and they both had roughly the same idea, but couched in sort of opposite. They approached it from opposite ends. I mean, Bauer, you know, Feuerbach was more on the side of talking about the human species, whereas Bauer thought that it was his unique, you know, intellect that could help him I mean, a lot of people understand Stirner the wrong way. They think he's Bauer, because Bauer is like, I'm so smart. So basically, the reason why Bauer did this was because there was, we're talking about the Jesus mythicism stuff. Well, he's developing that off of someone else called David Strauss, who wrote a book called The Life of Jesus, critically examined and put this thesis forward. But originally, Bauer, who was sort of this up and coming academic superstar, he was sent to refute that guy, to refute the Jesus myth stuff. In order to do that, he said, I'm going to use Hegel's logic textbook, and I'm going to show that the Bible's narrative necessarily unfolds along this logic. And then he did that, and he said, see, it folds necessarily along this logic. And then he was like, well, in that case, the truth of the Bible is dependent on my intellect and not the other way around. It's like God doesn't need you to prove that he exists. Otherwise then God will have to say, as theologians, thank you. Otherwise I wouldn't be here, And so he ends up having this quite big head here. And him and Stirner are friends, but Stirner's usually the guy who says you're all wrong. Because in this sort of milieu, it's a little bit like Maoist cult, because everyone is constantly going up to each other and going, you're still quite Christian. You haven't, taken back what religion has taken away from us in our concepts. And Stirner's going to say, the fact you're harassing each other means this is basically a church. You haven't escaped the dynamic of, saying that you're not free of sin if you just replace Christianity with the human species, or sin with, unreason or illogical sort of stuff. It's kind of like why new atheism is, in many ways, just a kind of Protestant heresy rather than a kind of atheism. I mean, there was a big dispute about, Stirner thought a lot of the atheists of his day were pious. He said, we have pious atheists. Yeah. But he was just sort of in the back. He was one of the older ones. He was one of the few ones to see like Hegel speak. So he had that authority there. But he didn't want to be a leader or a thought leader here. He always sort of said, I've got this book I'm working on, and you're all going to be like blown away by it. And then one day it did come out under a different date than it's actually printed as, because of avoiding the censors. And then everyone, I've got a collection of writings called The Young Hegelians, which is the name of this group. And after the year to which Stirner wrote his book, almost all of the pieces in that collection are now just responding to Stirner. he was sort of like, they're all debating about, you're still a Christian. No, you're still a Christian. And he just pulls out a pin, just throws a grenade in there in the form of his book, and then everyone turns around. They start arguing with him instead.
Yeah, it's the classic, Eris throwing the chaos apple into the wedding. Started the Trojan War. Somebody's got to start it. You know what I mean? So it might as well be the guy that's puffing on his cigarette in the back, laughing at everybody already. It's the Greek god of satire was Momos, who walked around with the mirror. Right. And said the most vulgar shit to you and held a mirror in front of his face, so that it was reminding you that you're the one actually doing it. I'm just doing a character, Right. So they were, and he had a couple like normal day jobs. The guy was a translator, like professionally. He translated a bunch of really cool books. I think he translated Say's Law for and I think he did. Didn't he also translate Adam Smith? Is that also?
Yeah, he translated the Wealth of Nations into English.
Yeah.
He was a school teacher before that.
Right.
He worked at a girls' gymnasium, and he left. He thought, well, we're not too sure if he left because he thought the book would sell loads of copies, or he thought he'd be fired for writing it, which is kind of weird given it's a pseudonym. It's a pseudonym that is obviously kind of known. He was in real life, his birth name was Johann Caspar Schmidt. He became Max Stirner because of Stern, forehead, so big forehead. That was.
I like it. All right.
And he's the only one of this group, with the exceptions of Marx and Engels, who we have like a proper biography of in English. But it's a biography written by someone who is way too adoring of Stirner, so I don't know how accurate its narratives often are. But
yeah, it was a sycophant that wrote a book about him, and you know how that goes. You're not getting any of the the stuff that falls in the cracks there. You know what I mean? Which is always the juicy, interesting stuff.
Getting right back to the Jesus stuff.
Yeah, kind of. It's interesting to
be a sycophant over somebody who's telling you to be an individual. It's weird. Yeah, like it's bizarre. It's like, do people actually read the book, or they own the book and then kind of read some stuff and flip through it and go, oh, this is interesting? Because within the tradition of of the German Silly school of philosophy is you're building up the ideas to break them down. You're messing with your audience. Like they're meant to interact with it, and a lot of it is almost playing like little literary pranks on your audience. Nietzsche does this as well. He says, he's got snares and traps all throughout his work, and he'll build up an entire idea and make you invested in it, only just to go, oh, that's entirely stupid, tear it all down completely. And Nietzsche's body of work is also largely satire as well. That book, Ecce Homo, Nietzsche's Last Laugh. I find those guys' sense of humor and their wordplay and their approach at like making each other laugh and making each other look silly while drawing from the classics, right? Like Marx references Horace 7 times in Volume 1 of Capital. Right, like that's not an accident. Who references Horace 7 times? Unless you've sat down and you've read and you understand Horace. The only, and that's the thing that you go through if you actually study the satires and you write in the satires and you're looking for satire for your influence on your writing as well. You know what I mean? It's, you don't accidentally put 7 references to Horace in a book. It's not, it's not a coincidence and any stretch of the imagination. But when in your research of him, how does understanding that his work has this satirical layer to it, how does that affect like hermeneutics, like in general, right? Like not just with the Stirner, but with any piece of work, any piece of literature. Like you have to apply that to your interpretation. Otherwise, you're going to be missing a ton of the message behind it, and you could be, taking something that has a layer of irony as being that person's actual opinion of something. You know what I mean? It's like basic media literacy, but also like PhD level media literacy. Like how do you apply it? Like, they teach this stuff to children, but you also have to do that in your PhD on this guy, because his work is satirical and that like it's not a secret. So like how does that like affect your work? How did it affect your
Yeah, with Jenna, it's particularly difficult because, I mean, the last translator of his previous book, Wolfie Landstreicher, who made a lot of good corrections, but also doesn't understand the distinction between reason and understanding in German because he's not really philosophically trained for things. There's a problem with this satires and or parody angle sometimes, in which it does get you to sort of say like, if Stirner's wrong about anything, therefore it's not what he meant. It's like it's like an unironic version of the way some people defend, like, I don't know, some charlatan like Peterson or whatever. So I mean, at the time, so for the chapter 2, which is the biggest part of the thesis, I'm like, okay, he's using all of these Hegelian narratives about where history comes from, including a lot of including at some point some racial narratives. And I'm like, well, some people say this is all parody. So that's basically enough way of saying stop asking questions about it. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna research what the fuck parody is. I'm gonna read. I read this book called On Dostoevsky's Poetics by Mikhail Bakhtin, and it's basically has a theory of parody where it's based on this carnival theory where, in a carnival you would have sort of the decrowning of a king who is participating in the carnival and the crowning of a false king, and they're parading around. So it's a movement of crowning and decrowning, elevating the low, and and bringing the high down a peg. And it's kind of hard to do that with Stirner because at the first glance, it seems like he does this, whole developmental history of the history of philosophy and religion, in which he is on the other side of it, right? And this is clearly a parody of the other philosophers he's reading, who think that history develops in a certain linear way, more or less, towards them being at the top. So, for example, the reason why someone like Feuerbach thinks that, like Christianity is the real human religions, because Christianity for him is the most subjective religion, because in Christianity God becomes a human, and therefore it's so close that we can actually overstep that boundary if we fully understand the logic of Christian religion, which he thinks Hegel achieved. That's how he learned it. But she modified it a little bit. But I think there is nonetheless something of a satirical bent to Stirner's work, because he's talking to a very specific audience. It's honestly like talking. It's very Twitter, to be honest. It's just like talking to a similar audience of similar people who have all read the same books. It's more or less published by a small press. He's also writing for the message boards of their day, which was magazines in which people were always sniping each other using various silly names and the like. And so I do think the first half, at least a decent chunk of the first half of Stirner's book, is somewhat mocking the pretenses of his contemporaries to have reached the height of this developmental, I guess, pyramid of history. However, the second part of the book, he doesn't, he basically, in brief, all of these other people he was talking to wanted to present themselves as the culmination of philosophy itself. At the end of philosophy stands them, their ideas, and their vision of humanity. For them, sort of the human being is a result of philosophy. Now, for Stirner, and this is what gets him out of the stuff, because Stirner is a really good exemplar in those 3 paragraphs he talks about it of Hegelian style racism, which I can get into later. But it's essentially a style of racism that projects racial qualities onto racialized people. So essentially says, I can't be racist. I don't believe in essences. And he says at one point, people from the Far East, they believe in essences and therefore they can be racist. So it's a way of doing projecting. It's a bit like that joke in Austin Powers, when Austin Powers' dad says, there are 2 people I don't like in this world, people who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch. That's more or less the logic of Hegel's racism. But yeah, he does. But whereas all of these philosophers he's talking to see their vision of humanity as being the result of philosophy, he thinks his vision of humanity is actually not this totalizing higher stage, but rather a revolt against that entire logic of stages and indeed philosophy itself. So I think that's where the parodic aspect comes in. So he will take them to that top, and then he will, rather than decrown them, he will simply ignore the crown altogether. That's why it's not technically a parody, but it's definitely that similar influence of structure there.
Right. I mean, there's something. If it's not a parody, it's absolutely performative, right? There's this theatrical aspect to the literature that, I guess if you were looking at it sort of as a visual effect, you're not getting the visual effect. You're only getting the words on the page. So you're supposed to fill in some of that for yourself. You know what I mean? And within his audience would have recognized the parody and would have recognized the performance. And outside of that audience, you are left to fill in a lot of these gaps here. It's sort of that, the esoteric, exoteric kind of a situation there where, you're speaking to one audience with ears to hear where the other audience, doesn't. So you have to kind of present it simultaneously. So, I think I maybe that simultaneous aspect to it, the esoteric and the exoteric, is a lot of where the parody is coming. You know what I mean, Johnny?
Well, yeah, I'm getting a lot of Good Will Hunting vibes. A lot of I've read shit you've never even heard of yet. It's this weird, I don't understand it, but it's like a club that I don't belong in. You know what I mean?
And you're supposed to get that feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you feel like you're in the club, that's part of the joke is that the joke's on you if you feel like you're actually in the club.
Right,
You're not in the cool kid circle. You're not at the bar smoking the cigarettes and drinking the beers with them.
Yeah.
You're just reading the book and probably reading in a very bad translation because the guy was a professional translator and knew what bad translations look like and knew what, how to write a text that will result in a bad translation from German to English, from German to French, from German to different languages, because he's used to taking he's used to taking texts from those languages and putting them in. So he's kind of doing that performative thing in reverse. And that's sort of the prank that's being played on the audience. You know what I mean? So parody is just one of the things that's in the toolbox of a satirist. You know what I mean? Satire itself, it it trans what's the word I'm looking for here? It goes over, it transcends genre and mode and form. You know what I mean? You can have something that is satirical in form, but it's in the genre of, you know, of anything. You know what I mean? So it's where exactly is the satire happening, and how are the tools once you being applied, once you know that it has that element to it. You know what I mean? So just because it's not a perfect parody doesn't mean it's not satirical. You know what I mean? Part of the satirical nature can be the imperfect parody. It can be a satirical parody, right? So then you're looking at that imperfect, you know, you take them all the way up and then you won't do the inversion, right? That's part of the performance and the satirical nature of it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Johnny?
I'm starting to catch on.
You're starting to catch on, but did anything in that diatribe make any sense to you at all? Like,
No, I think you're right to say that there's a distinction between parody and satire here, because I think, you know, I do think as well you can do a satirical or a satire to parody, because with satire there's more of a bite. I mean, for example, the movement I described of parody, where you decrown the king and recrown the king who's like a pauper or something. You know, you invert the terms of order. Well, that requires the king to participate.
Right.
You know, and therefore, are you really challenging the king? Like a satirist will say that, you know, well, if the king is allowing themselves to be, you know, decrowned, then that's only because you'll recognize that even if he's not wearing it, he's still bloody got it on. You know, you're not going to take orders from one or the other. And so I think what satire would do in that case would be as kind of a way of applying, dare I say, a dialectical negative. So a dialectical negativity, what does this mean? It just means we compare something to what it says it is, and then usually it doesn't do that. And how that develops is dialectic. Thesis synthesis never happened ever, but that's basically what a dialectical method is. And if you want to do a dialectical sort of satire of parody, you would say, yeah, well, you're meant to be decrowning the king, but you're only decrowning the king on the premise that he is obviously the crowned king, and that's why you put it back on afterwards. You know, and I think that would be sort of what Stirner is doing to people like Feuerbach and Barrett, saying you're decrowning God, but you're putting him back up there as the human species, which is just equally an abstract idea of a personality, which no human being ever actually has. They have it within them in this sort of spectral sense. You know, I'm respecting. You know, so if there's, I don't respect this person, I respect the humanity in them. So basically, as long as you believe that there's this extra ideal thing floating within them, then you don't, you know, you think it's okay not to kill them or something. That's what Stirner's worried about. Because, you know, because with this crowning, you invent decrowning. With this decrowning, you invent a new form of crowning. You know, in terms of, and that's what Stirner thinks about with his big target is humanism. Because he thinks that as soon as you invent humanization, you invent dehumanization. We might as well stay back from this whole round dance. And I think that is what's going to be a satire of humanism. Even if you want to do a satire on humanism's own attempt to parody religion.
Yeah, and you know, he influenced a bunch of parody religions. You know, the Church of the Subgenius, the Discordians, the Flying Spaghetti Monster. I mean, all of those parody religions were, you know, the leaders like explicitly cite you know, Stirner as being an influence. I mean, Robert Anton Wilson. I mean, that's how I found out about Stirner when I was like 14 at an anti-war fest or protest. You know, I was hanging out with the cute girl and she was dressed up as a clown. You know, and next thing I know, I'm reading Church of the Subgenius and, you know, praising Bob and reading all this stuff about Discordianism. And, you know, now my book is all our book, you know, is absolutely Discordian in nature, you know what I mean? So, which ultimately comes out of what Max Stirner was doing with, like I said, throwing the chaos apples. You know, those chaos apples, you know, those were eris, you know, that's eristics, which is, you know, that parody, you know, Plato parodied eristics in the Republic, or one of them. He did you know, where Socrates gets initiated by a bunch of sophists. You know, that's an entire parody of eristics. And then Schopenhauer, you know, was one of the leaders early on to the German Silly Billy School of Philosophy. He writes that entire satirical book, How to Win Any Argument, you know, The Art of Eristics. You know, it's an entire like Hegel's entire thing is dialectics. Okay, so Schopenhauer goes and does right and praises the heuristics. There you go. Like, you're just taking it and you're flipping it, right? So instead of praising dialectics like Hegel, was seen as doing, Schopenhauer with his anti-Hegelian stuff goes and writes a book that went on and influenced a bunch of people, and some people even use it without knowing that it's satire. It's kind of like his version of The Prince, where a lot of people don't recognize Machiavelli. That book is a piece of work of satire as well. It's where it's giving you the wrong advice. Don't go do this. You're gonna mess up. It has these layers that are lost on the average audience, but when you get into it and you get into the nooks and you see the way that was influenced and the way the satire was manifest itself. That heuristics, which I don't want to say is anti-dialectics. It's not really an accurate way to put it. It's an entirely different art form. It is the art of throwing the chaos apples. It's the art of, praising ad hominems and seeing the value of an ad hominem. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of these rules were only valid in formal debates. At the bar, you're not in a formal debate. You know what I mean? It's perfectly valid to, say that you're wrong and you're ugly. Like, it is perfectly valid in a street fight. It's a different rule set. Dialectics has its own rule set, and heuristics doesn't. Heuristics is the art of the low blow, the art of biting and doing all that. So when when you're familiar with that and you're doing this Sternerian satire, the anti-dialectics and the anti-dialectics and the heuristics at certain points, like, what going on here? It's kind of the same thing that we'll explore in our book, which is is it satirical philosophy, or is it the philosophical satire? Is it anti-dialectics, negative dialectics, or is it I don't think negative dialectics is the right term, anti-dialectics, or is it heuristics? What is actually going on here, and what's intended to going on, and also, do we necessarily care what he intended? What are we getting out of it? You know what I mean? I'm not writing a dissertation, I'm doing art, so I'm looking at it as the art perspective and saying, I'm getting certain things out of this that he probably didn't intend, but I happen to have read a bunch of other stuff to it, so I'm applying that to it. You know what I mean? It's kind of the difference between looking at this as an artistic endeavor like I do versus what you've been doing with your academic endeavors.
Yeah, I've still not been to the Max Stirner opera. I'm in Leipzig. I have not been taking him on his most artistic direction. I mean, I know he's also very popular amongst some of the situationists as well. I believe Asker Jorn as well. I mean, it was interesting when you said negative dialectics and you sort of like corrected yourself a bit. But I think you're right. I think he's right the first time. I think negative, because I think one of the ways that satire can critique parody, right? It's a parody, and parody requires a kind of reconciliation. At the end of it, the pauper is the pauper and the king is the king of his crown. And this is one of the things I always disliked about my favorite Aristophanes, Lysistrata. Because at the end, it is this great parody of the patriarchal system of Greece. Because listeners, it's basically the entire plot is all of Greece are going to war at once. All women of Greece come together and say, we're going to go on sex strike until they
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I think part of the and that was basically kind of the joke, because essentially men would be walking around with giant George cocks they haven't fucking fucked. So, and then eventually the goddess reconciliation comes in, and then and then women give up their strike, and everyone just has a massive orgy. And I'm like, that's where dialectics is all about reconciliation for Hegel, the positive kind, where you have these oppositions become reconciled or suspended in a higher unity. Stirner is going to be like, he's a negative dialectician. He's kind of like Adorno, who would come up later and say, no, the concept and the object that is conceptualized, the thing you apply it to, they're never going to be reconciled. There's always going to be one way in which the concept never quite gets all of everything it's trying to describe, and a way in which the object is never quite always something you can just have as an ideal or a word. And I think that's what a good satire is. I think a good satire would be a negative dialect. It takes away reconciliation, which is also why you can't do satire all the time. Otherwise, you do eventually some reconciliation, some kind of in terms of, I mean, otherwise it does become a kind of, well, a nihilism. Just a thing that points out that fundamental contradiction and then runs away and says everything is vanity. It becomes what Hegel would call like the unhappy consciousness that's yearning for this world beyond all contradiction and tension. And no, so I think there is definitely, I think if the satire is dialectical, it doesn't have to be, but I think it is definitely a negative dialectic where we just point out where things don't reconcile. And I think this is why satire has such an. I mean, I remember once Alan Moore described satire as a spell. Is that why? Because we. I mean, why the fuck do I know about Max Stirner? I don't know Max Stirner because Max Stirner wrote a book. I wrote about Max Stirner because Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels wrote a book called The German Ideology, which isn't a book called The German Ideology. It's a book compiled from a Migger manuscript, which is called Saint Max. Which is when this book came out from Stirner, they were so worried that the project of using Hegel for anything was over, because all that Stirner had to do was point to someone like Feuerbach and Bauer and said, you're just going to replace Christianity with humanism and not change any underlying structures. And then Feuerbach says, well, yes, that's what I said. And then Marx and Engels are like, oh, fuck, what we can do now. So in order to defend sort of using the logical method of dialectics in the same way, they write a paragraph by paragraph refutation of Stirner's book. And that's how most people know about him. Like, I mean, it's not that it's the only history there, but it's that satire is powerful because its negativity outlasts even its own time, especially if the author's not there to provide any sort of reconciliation. And that's why Alan Moore said, that a curse is fine. That curse lasts like one generation of children. A satire is a better curse because even after you're dead, like, people will notice. People that Plato wrote about in his dialogues, if they were still there, exist for way longer than they did, and that's probably quite a curse if you're a Callicles or a Gorgias,
Well, if you ask me, Plato did it on purpose. So.
Oh yeah, he was a dark magician.
Yeah. Hell yeah, man! I'm having fun, John. You learning anything?
I'm learning a lot. Yeah. How does this book read now? Like, is there a lot of like cultural things that you have to like know about in order to get the satire? Is there a lot of like I'm trying to wrap my head around like what I'm trying to ask. Do you have to be super educated to read this book and understand what Hegel was talking about, or I mean Stirner was talking about?
Right, this is difficult because
I guess what I'm saying is, should I go get the audiobook of this tomorrow and start reading it, or do I need to read a bunch of stuff before it?
I mean, the thesis of the book is that you don't need to listen to anything I tell you about.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
But for me, if you want to understand, if you want to like get the concepts more, I still do think you do. I think it is worth reading a lot of the stuff that he was reading at the time.
Yeah,
and I do think it's worth reading it after a few beers, but
not a problem.
Or just reading my thesis. I don't know, but the problem is in the Anglophone world, we never understood it in the context of this is a guy addressing a very small group of people in a particular bar in a pre-revolutionary time, in a post-revolutionary time in Germany, and I mean I don't tend to intervene in many of I see debates happening about Stirner online. I don't intervene because I'm like, well, this book is also something to have fun with. I don't think everyone who reads it needs to be like, you got to read the Jones first,
right?
So that you are kept away, because then I'm just kind of like that's not a fun way to read something. I mean, I would just have some guardrails at the very least of because some people read this book and oh, it means I can do whatever I want. And I'm like, that's not what he says. That's not. Some people come to this book looking for answers to specific philosophical questions, but no, this isn't a book about philosophy. This is a book about sort of what happens when you don't want to be involved in a kind of philosophy that tries to define what you are as a human being in terms of concepts. And I mean, there are some references that are kind of fun. I mean, I think it does help because some people, for example, read the first half of the book, which is kind of like a history of humanity and religion. as being completely accurate, and they're like, well, I really want to be a Stirner guy, so I need to believe what Stirner believed, and he wrote it down, therefore he believed it. And I'm like, dear God, no, no, no. I mean, you'll be filled with so many 19th century racisms. I mean, which to be fair is mostly 21st and 20th century racism too, and indeed 18th and 17th century. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've written a prophylactic for reading this book. I guess. I mean, propedeutic, not prophylactic. Although they do have a similar function. I would just say it depends. I think if also anyone who wants to cover this book the first time would be, what do you want to read it for? If you want to read it to be like sort of this night, because some people read this book as him being this cool nihilistic meme man, and I'm like, no, that's not, doesn't quite work. I mean, like, I think one has to ask what questions one is bringing to the book.
Right. Yeah.
I'm talking about like it's dangerous here, but I think there are some pretty horrible misinterpretations that do lead people into some weird niche micro ideologies, like sort of anarcho-capitalism. I mean, Mussolini read Stirner, as did Carl Schmitt, the Nazi jurist. There are a wide array of Stirners. His concept of ownership was named the first gay magazine in Europe. There was the Egoist magazine was started by the suffragettes. And then you also get Mussolini, then you get some East German trade unionists, and then you get the Austrian Marxists, and then Carl Schmitt, the Nazi jurist. He's a land of contrasts. I don't want to monopolize any of that, but I do think at least some grasp of the history would be helpful.
Yeah.
I think not even the philosophy, the history, I think. Because sometimes people take this as a book that tells you that you can escape your own time entirely. They're like, no, it's a book about how in ways you're already kind of escaping your own time, but that's why your own time has all these systems to beat the shit out of you till you get back in it. You know?
Right. It's totally fair. I guess I was trying to get to the same question that I asked somebody who we interviewed who has a book about Robert Anton Wilson, is like, how much of what he wrote is kind of normal thought now? You know what I mean? Like, how much is it mixed in, or that you know about him without knowing about him? You know what I'm saying? I know that's kind of wordy.
No. I mean, I think he's still somewhat unknown in the cultural zeitgeist. I think there's an image of Stirner of this sort of, it pleases my ego to do so, therefore I do it, which is culturally quite prevalent. In terms of the meme, because we only have a drawing of him. There was a painting done on his deathbed, but it's been lost. And that meme image of Stirner has more currency than the man himself, which is completely fair, because that's meme, because you can't communicate anything else. But there are lineages of Stirner's influence, but they are all very suppressed, even in their own circles. So, like the first gay magazine in Europe, of course, destroyed by the rise of the Third Reich. In terms of the suffragettes, Dora Marsden was not a very prominent member, and of course, like, history isn't really taught anyway. We talk like the Pankhurst sisters, and like two of those were Nazis. So I mean, no, that's quite literal, by the way. I wasn't being like the one of them went to go start a Nazi party in Australia,
right?
And so the history is kind of suppressed. I mean, even Stirner was not a man known or even beloved in his own time. He had a very sad life. I mean, his gravestone was funded by Bauer and Arnold Ruge and a few others. You can still see it I mean, he spent most of his time in debtor's prison after writing this book. It was a very, very, very not. Yeah, and even then, most of his ideas people associate more with Nietzsche now. I mean, Nietzsche, similar circumstances, was born many years after Stirner. He was friends with Bruno Bauer and David Strauss as well, so he knew similar people. So he never cites Stirner, but Nietzsche's written a couple books. He wrote one book when he was responding to a different book someone else wrote, this guy Eduard Hartmann. And all the parts that Nietzsche is critiquing of this guy Hartmann's book are the parts that Hartmann is critiquing Stirner. So he clearly knew he existed. I mean, Bruno Bauer would have probably said, "Hey, my old mate Max," or I mean, And then also, Nietzsche loved this big philosophy textbook that gave a history of materialism, the idea that everything is matter rather than ideas. And there's a short section on Stirner in that textbook, and says he's the greatest philosopher of the will since Schopenhauer. Now, I'm not meant to believe that Nietzsche, who loved Schopenhauer as much as he hated him, read that section and went, "I'm not going to read this guy's book now."
Yeah.
It's so Stirner's like lineage is kind of in the cultural unconscious of philosophy and politics, from anarchism, libertarianism of all stripes.
Yeah, I mean, I know about him because I grew up as a punk rock little anarchist kid running around, throwing rocks through windows and shit. So, I was that kid. So the book, it obviously wasn't meant for me yet. It was meant for the 35-year-old me who read it and went, "Oh, I missed a ton of this when I was 15. Like there was so much of this that I didn't understand. I wasn't ready for." And now I'm, when I read it when I was 35, I was like, "Oh shit! Like this would make even more sense when I'm 45." It's one of those books that like I want to read periodically and reread and reflect on, what it was like reading it before. You know what I mean? Which is largely in that magical tradition, of satire, where it's, this initiation kind of ritual, you know what I mean? I don't know if you know this, the anthropological origins of satire actually originate from, the phallic poles that you would put in the ground, and then you would dance around them, and your footprints would basically make the pole shake, and that would be, the pole would fuck the ground, right? That was the dancing, right? Now, if you didn't participate in these rituals, there was somebody, usually a young kid, that was designated to go around and ridicule you for not participating in the rituals. If you didn't bring anything to the potlatch, you were ridiculed. If you were, didn't participate in the dance, you were ridiculed. And that ridiculer was the gadfly, who was the satirist, right? So the Greeks had the word to satirize, but they didn't have the word satire. They had satyrs, but they didn't have the word satire as like a literary genre form, but they had satirizing as, this thing that came out of the iambs, the cult of Demeter, right? The Iambe was the one who made Demeter laugh, who gave her, the rejuvenation to go down and to, finally find Persephone. And, that Iambe, she was that ichthyophallic, hermaphroditic, she was basically, she's a belly that has a smiley face on it, and she basically did the Ace Ventura, where to make Demeter laugh, she used her vagina to flap and to talk with, right? So that comes out of iambs. That's that's where the name comes from. It's also known as Balbo. And then you get iambic poetry, which is Greek insult poetry, and that becomes an art form that you see replicated at the end of Aristophanes' Frogs, where they have the poet battle at the end of that. And you all have all these things that come out of these Dionysian rituals. So, when you're the mindset of somebody like a Nietzsche or like a Bauer or a Karl Marx or a Stirner, and your point is to take and to invert this and to not complete the re-inversion and just leave it inverted, that's the point of the satire, the magic and the ritual that this stuff is actually coming out of. It's a 21,000-year-old ritual that dates back to, at least that we know, we have those phallic poles dating back at least 21,000 years, and every culture that we've ever seen that has these rituals has this satirizing gadfly character that ridicules you for not participating. So, part of the ridicule that I am, that's all, the harsh words, all this stuff comes out of that rich tradition, and it's really interesting that the German Silly Billy School of Philosophy was, they did it in their time and for their audience to recognize and to develop. And then other people like me and, throughout history have taken it and added to it and, done all sorts of stuff with it.
Well, it's funny too, because there's no picture of this guy. So there's no photography of him. There's one painting, you said?
There was one painting, it's never been found. It's just there's two sketches that Engels drew.
Yeah.
40 years after knowing him.
Completely unrelated, but it's just kind of so, did this guy actually exist? You know what I mean? Like, it's so fun. Like, you could already start making up a mythicism about him, right? Like, my friend Max, is like almost almost like a Bob character, right? Did Bob exist, or who is Bob? Is Max a different? I just sorry, that's where I go.
No,
It's fun.
I love that
Go
idea.
to Berlin with a shovel and see if there's anything under that goddamn stone.
Can we go to Hipples after? Is that place still there?
Hipples, I've looked for it. It's now like a parking garage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
if Hipples was still there, my god, yeah. No, it was just it was the back room of shit. I mean, there's plenty of wine bars in Berlin.
Yeah.
It's also funny as well. I think that Stirner was himself a figure of great parody, well, actually, a great satire, as to accurately say. The Man Who Was Thursday by G.K. Chesterton, his sort of parody of the anarchists. That one of them is apparently based on Stirner. I mean, there was even a book in it wasn't a parody, but it was a book in I think the 60s by Hans Helm, who was on the Frankfurt School. They basically blamed all the problems of society on Stirner and Adorno, and everyone was like, "What?" I mean, it does that. It does happen. I mean, even a few years after his death, there was a psychologist, Ernst Schultz, who sort of gave Stirner as an example of a new type of schizophrenia, which is, I mean, it's interesting, the link between being an anarchist. I mean, historically, being an anarchist is always correlated with medical pathology saying that you're schizophrenic. What's his name? Not Lombroso. I mean, Lombroso said that he was one of the guys who invented criminology. Cesare Lombroso said that anarchists had a kind of worse physiognomy. Of course, physiognomy is a pseudoscience, but look at how bodies shaped and like how people stand and look. And there was also another one, Edouard Seguin, that was it, who sort of wrote about sort of the disabled child is fundamentally an anarchist to be tamed. And I'm like, okay, this is where sort of Stirner comes in, because Stirner has a whole theory about sort of the 3 stages of life and how essentially society has to beat it into us, more or less, these ideals, faith, family, and flag. To borrow the Vichy France triplet that seems very popular these days.
Did he come up with that? Because I've heard that before.
What, faith, family, and flag?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Vichy France. That's just me giving.
Okay.
That was
I was like, maybe I've heard this before.
Yeah.
That's the only thing in the entire interview you've actually heard before was that.
Yep, that one. Yep.
That's the France slogan, but yeah.
That's a great way to. That's hilarious, Johnny. I love it. But if you don't mind, I want to read you something from our book here.
Of course.
It's on my essay called "On Satire." I think you might actually really, really appreciate the way that it opens here. It goes like this. Quote, "It is customary to start a piece of this sort," which I'm being satirical by ending this piece, if you notice the inversion there that I did. "It is customary to start a piece of this quote with a dead German dude. I do not wish to offend my audience, so I shall indulge. Quote, the history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of y'all struggling to understand satire. Fred Marx, on the use value and abuse value of history, page 666. Thank you. So that's from the Towel of Minerva.
I mean, it's also very good that you say it is customary to begin this essay with, which is of course a parody of Hegel's preface to Phrenology of Spirit, which begins by talking about how shit prefaces are.
Hey, look at this. See, there's just layers upon layers upon layers.
But it reminds me of Plato, right? They kind of start the Critias and Timaeus like that, where they kind of like, well, let's, it's customary to tell you about what we talked about yesterday, just so you can get caught up about what we're talking about today. And oh, by the way, all of it's true, right? Like,
yeah, just
I
mean, Lucian, his most famous work is The True Story, and
yeah,
he said that everything he said was true, and look out for a volume 2, and it never happened. Like that's part of the tradition, is not delivering on what you promise, and messing with your audience, and having that be, like. The part of the fun is that if people don't recognize that aspect of it, they're necessarily going to miss and be the butt of the joke. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of you can think about the Fight Club effect. I talk about Fight Club so often, right? Fight Club's a work of satire, and a lot of people didn't know that and started actual fight clubs and got the shit kicked out of them. It's like if you had gone into it and just looked at
the genre on the book. It says satire right there. Like, it's not hard to recognize that. You could have saved yourself several punches in the face by just recognizing that this is a work of satire, mocking the type of person like this that wouldn't recognize that it's a work of satire. So it's like meta satire. And part of that meta and the hyper satire is like part of the point. You know what I mean? Like, I guess we're coming up here on about 1 hour. Do you have any closing thoughts for for the audience? Anywhere they can go and get you and follow you and like follow your stuff, buy your tarot card, buy your all the listen to you talk for hours and
your naughty tarot cards.
I don't have any on me at the moment. I mean, in terms of the well, I mean, I write books, but they're both being boycotted, including by me, so don't buy those. You can download all of my books from annasarchive.org or LibGen or anywhere else you get your legal downloads. Or if you're in contact with Acid Horizon at all, just message us/me and I will send you a copy of them digitally. I don't have any physical ones left. I gave those away too. Yes, so you can find me over at Acid Horizon. I occasionally write over at Happy Hour at Hipples or New International Mag, where I'm also one of the editors. Occasionally do stuff for the website RS21, but most of my stuff will be on Acid Horizon. Hopefully the Sterner text will become a book. I just need the people at Verso to fucking respond to their emails. But yes, there are the other books coming out so forth. So next thing coming out is Acephalus, the Erotic Tarot of George Bataille, and its companion book, Acephalus Compendium, which has 2 essays from me on war and non-knowledge, alongside works from Bataille scholar Stuart Kendall and the pornographer Vex Ashley, who has written a beautiful foreword. She was also on the episode we did on Bataille and pornography with Noah Trapolino, who did artwork for that. That is, I think, enough plugs. Other than say thank you both for having me. It's been really fun. I don't get to talk about comedy or satire at all, and indeed in the Christiana. So it's really good. And thank you so much for the interest in checking the work out.
Well, yeah,
yeah, man.
I think we could do this 1,000 times if you ask me. I listen to you guys talk all day.
I mean, part of the point is we're talking past you, Johnny.
Well, no, you're talking through me, I guess.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah. You're the mediator.
You're
the stand-in for the audience.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm okay with that.
You're the meta audience in this performance piece that we're doing here.
Yeah.
But this has been a lot of fun. I think we're gonna do the formal close thing and wish everybody a good night. Thank them all for coming out and watching our symposium, because I'm remembering that we have a symposium coming up in 3 weeks.
Yep.
So I'm putting myself in the future Mandy headspace.
Oh, yes.
And thank everybody. I'm going to say good night. You want to stick around? Let me grab your contact. One, two,
got
one,
it.
two.
Got
We're
it. Sorry.
coming through. Hey,
Magic buttons. Chase, thanks for joining us,
Yeah.
brother.
Hello.
Also, shout out to Acid Horizon. Shout out to Adam, Dr. Adam. That
What up,
was-
Tiger Shark? Are you standing on your head, dude? What are you doing? Are you
Yeah,
sleeping
dude,
in-
I'm on my head, bro.
Yeah. You doing
Anybody got any thoughts about that interview with Dr. Adam or anything throughout the night? Anybody? We're closing. We're coming up here on 3 hours and all that. Chase, I know you're just getting in. What are your thoughts, man? How are things? What do you think?
Well, I got some questions I wrote down.
Oh, please do.
Okay. So is satire a vehicle to evoke the absurdity in viewing language as reality? So the idea that the contrast that it evokes in somebody is like the parody, the comedy. So I don't know, does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So satire is it's the thing that like I tried to explain to Adam, is that historically and anthropologically where it comes from is a place of shaming those who are not participating in the ritual, and using language, and your use of language is the vehicle for the stinging of the gadfly as a stand-in for an actual stinging and an actual gadfly and an actual piercing and biting. It be language, like the old saying that words don't hurt and all that, but like they do, right? So being able to use language to hurt, it's basically the same thing as like screaming as loud as you possibly can to scare somebody, or roaring like a tiger, and embodying and being mimetic of an animalistic potentiality within that person for not participating in the ritual. So it's really using language to overcome the shortcomings of language and to reintroduce the wild and the Dionysian, that this Apollonian logoria, this diarrhea of language that we have just convinced ourselves smells beautiful, but it really is just diarrhea, and it coats every single thing that we think and that we see. It's just covered in layers and layers of metaphorical and metaphysical hyperpoop. So satire is that thing that we can use to remind each other to wash our hands, because everything that we touch is covered in metaphorical and metaphysical hyperpoop that we probably didn't put there. And if we aren't careful, we can get metaphorical and metaphysical hyperfood poisoning, which I don't recommend anybody does, because only Cerberus has the belly of steel and the belly of iron and the belly of basalt to be able to withstand all of that metaphorical and metaphysical hyperfood poisoning, because dogs don't have the main capacity to form reality tunnels based on neurolinguistics. They form their reality tunnels based on olfactory neurology, right? So their main faculty is smell, right? So smell is that animalistic aspect of humanity that still remains within us. That's why you see most satirists appeal to the faculty of smell, because it transcends language, right? You cannot smell the thing itself. You can only approximate.
Cool. So
cool.
I think I got that, and then that brings me down. So I got a little spider web here.
I love your spider webs.
Thank you. So what if so would that like start to paint a more clear connection to the gods of the gods, I guess, in terms of antiquity, whatever else we're going back, as the faces of forces, and that is that reality that like exists outside of our consciousness, that our unconscious or subconscious or superconscious is the gateway connecting to those forces, and that's what they meant by those gods, that when they're the gods as faces of forces, as opposed to anthropomorphized characters and all that other stuff, and that is kind of what they were connecting to, as opposed to when we talk about gods in modern language. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
you got a lot of Rage Against the Machine references there.
Do I?
Yeah.
Well, so basically what we need to remember is that the password to the underworld is always associated with filth, right?
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yes. So Boroboros, if you want to knock on the door of the underworld, that is one of the codes to get in, right? And filth and the rot and the sulfuric and the poop and the pee and the body fluids and all of those things, that is actually where life comes from, right? So you're just as being a human and participating in the keeping yourself alive and excreting your excess, you are forming that Ouroboros. You're forming the snake eating its own tail. Right now, how many different layers do you want to abstract from the snake eating its own tail? Does it become a worm eating something, the excrete from something else's tail, and so on and so on? Ultimately, it still comes down to that one single image of the snake eating its own tail, the circularity, the secular of life, right? You eat food and you shit it out. Now, we as modern, people living in post-scarcity and capitalism, all of those things, we don't have such a close relationship with poop anymore. Right, very few people are agriculturalists in the same way that the people who created this mythology were.
Yeah,
and anybody who knows about agriculture knows how much it relies on poop.
Yeah,
chicken poop, cow poop.
Well, anybody outside like modern stucco village, right?
Exactly. So most of human existence, you had a close relationship with pooping, and you had to figure out how and where you poop. How far outside of your village do you poop? So a lot of these rituals, so a lot of rituals that were formed were actually formed on how do we keep our poop from coating the walls of the museum. Right. And satire is a thing that you can use to simultaneously draw awareness to the existence of the layers of hyper poop that are already on the walls of the museum, while contributing layers of poop on the walls of the museum for the future generations to admire and to understand and to be aware of. Right. Just because the layers of poop don't smell doesn't mean they don't exist. This is one of those things that, well, it could be petrified, it could be dried, it could be permafrost, it could be it could be a Hyperborean alabastrum, which is frozen in the layers of permafrost. We're pulling these Hyperborean alabastrums out of these melting permafrost that's happening in Siberia and all of that because of global warming, which is exacerbated because of capitalism and all of that. So the thing about these layers and layers of permafrost that are encoding these Hyperborean alabastrums, the Hyperborean alabastrums contain biology of themselves that are from their time and place. Now, we are so far removed from that time and place, is that what potential damage could the melting of that permafrost do? Can that permafrost, can that Hyperborean alabastrum create another biological plague that completely wipes us out? And I would actually posit that's probably how we're going to be wiped out. We're not going to be wiped out by an asteroid. We're going to be wiped out by an asteroid.
Jeez. Hey, look at the snaps. You ever listen to one of those podcasts that gets you to go to sleep? No? One of those,
like an Alan Watts thing or something.
Well, I made the mistake of buying a P. Diddy one, but yeah, well, it's like an Alan Watts would be way better. You could do that, I think. Not that you're trying to get me to go to sleep, but I just it's so soothing the way you just keep going and going, and I don't know where you just go and go.
It's that web. Modern Medwa, hi, how are you?
Hello, everybody. I heard someone was dropping the towel, so I came by to see what the hubbub was about.
Thank you for joining us. Is everybody in the do we all know each other? Have we all been introduced? Is there any introductions that we need to make, or does everybody know each other?
I have actually met Tiger Shark, but I have not met Chase or Lord Cameron.
Chase,
Nice to
Cameron,
meet
Shane,
everybody.
Chase. Hey, everybody.
What's up to the chat too, guys?
Throw some Cerberuses down in the chat.
Max Cerberus in chat, please.
Hell yeah! Hey, do you have any thoughts on that absolutely wonderful interview with our good friend Adam, Dr. Adam, PhD?
We talked to a real doctor.
We talked to a real doctor with a real PhD about Max Stirner. It's so weird that, in my opinion, that somebody could get a degree in that. So to have the guy, hanging out with us talking about it, you have any thoughts? Have you read Stirner before, or you've kind of?
Who are we talking to? Is this open floor, open stage? I read a little bit, yeah, but that was an amazing interview. That was really good. I enjoyed it. Gentlemen.
Oh, there we are. We're back.
We're back. We're back. All right.
A quick drop.
The Ayn Randian cultists heard my set when I said believe all women.
Yeah, they fucking regulated us.
They came
That's your
after
fault.
us again. They do it every time. They did it 3 years ago when I was on Gnostic Informant talking about it. They opened the show and they dropped our stream and all of that and hacked our Wi-Fi and all of that. So they've been known to do it, the Ayn Randian cultists. So believe all women except Ayn Rand. But where did we leave off? We were talking about Max Stirner, and it's ironic that
How come
Ayn
nobody
Rand
thinks
is the
that's
one
wrong? That's
What?
the funniest part about that joke.
What?
Is nobody has corrected you.
Nobody disagrees with
Yeah,
believe
nobody
all women
disagrees.
except Ayn Rand. It's
Right,
a
they're-
perfect statement. It's a perfect
Oh.
series of words. Believe all women except Ayn Rand. It's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you as a woman could, tell me to fuck off, and I'm a terrible person and all of that. But honestly, I don't. I've never come across one who's read Ayn Rand and said, "No, Amanda, you're wrong." But I don't need to put you on the spot. How have you been? How are things? What have you been up to? I've been seeing you've been doing some more lives on your channel, and you've been doing some more stuff. What's going on? What do the people have to look forward to in the future, and in the past, and in the present?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Amazing.
We've heard enough of men talking. Now we're giving you the platform to.
Oh, wowie zowie.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I had a live stream last night. I did the monthly Dreaming Temple. So everybody who was there got massively forked.
Oh,
and it was
lots of
a good
forking.
time. Yeah. Been pretty quiet on my channel, really. I had that stream. I've got the upcoming Isadora Duncan stream, which will be pretty interesting. She was the inspiration for her and her friend Mary Dusty were main inspirations for main characters of Crowley's Moonchild. She was a choreographer and dancer. So she has a very interesting story. So I'll be talking about that a little bit. And otherwise, just kind of like hanging out, doing the thing, maxing as much as possible.
We've got a request from the chat here. Rob Paffs really wants to know your answer to the Cerberus question. As you know, we're always doing research for our new book, and in your professional opinion, how many penises does Cerberus have? 1 or 3?
So here's my question: does it have to be 1 or 3?
I mean, it's always a trick question with a satirist. So
because
you can
my answer is none.
Okay. Tell us about it. What do you why not?
Why is it got to be about dicks all the time? What's going on here?
I mean, there's a lot of mythology about caves.
Is there not?
That's how Cerberus comes to the surface, is from a cave.
Yeah, well.
So we all know what caves mean in mythology.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah,
could be.
There's that gosh dang patriarchy that keeps taking all of these female deities and silencing them. And one of the interesting things about most of these underworld creatures is that they all tend to be female, except for some reason we think Cerberus is a male.
Why do we think that?
Why do we think that?
Listen, gentlemen, every time somebody answers the damn Cerberus question, my pants heat up and they're burning on fire and I got to rip them off. My answer is none. Cerberus, 0 penises, final answer. And I dare anyone to fight me on this. Bring it, Chase.
I literally, I was just going to say, we haven't heard Chase's answer or Tiger Shark's answer. So, you know.
I digress.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's if people are going to hear that and start answering the question wrong on purpose just to get that effect out of you. Now that they know that's
totally fair.
You know, that's your thing and that's what.
Yeah,
you
that's
have
pretty
to.
good.
It was very exciting.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
This has been a lot of fun. Anybody you know got anything else they want to bring to the table other than, you know, Cerberus has 0 penises, and we all know that because it's in the book. If you've read the book, it's in a lot of books. Yeah, it's in 9 books that have been published saying Cerberus has no penis. It's remarkable that people with PhDs still answer that question wrong. But has everybody seen Adam's answer to the question, to the Cerberus question? You want to pull that one up?
Pull it? Well, okay. Chase? What do you have to say to this? Because you're such a low. You keep to yourself. You don't.
You're chill. You're enigmatic. You're enigmatic is
I was looking for. I would say you and I have a similar demeanor when it comes to this stuff. I would love to hear your opinion.
I don't know much about Cerberus.
Me neither.
What do you know about Cerberus?
Good start.
Not much. I think not at all, really. I'm trying to think right now. I'm pretty tired because I've been working all day. But
haven't we all?
Yes.
Well, it's Cerberus is the hellhound. You know, Cerberus is the guardian of the underworld. So you have to get past Cerberus to get into the underworld, but you also have to get past Cerberus to get out of the underworld. And, you know, that's the catabasis, the going under, and the anabasis, the going up, right? So the going under and the going up. And this is always a 3-day process for some reason. Who knows? Always a 3-day process. Why is that a thing? You could read the Towel of Minerva and find out why it's a 3-day process, but it's always a 3-day process. And, you know, I'll actually tell you why it's a 3-day process, because it dates back to the Hecatean ritual of when these goddamn dirty patriarchal Greeks would wash up on your shore and threaten your people. These were largely matriarchal tribes, right? Jason and the Argonauts, for example, the very first island that they go to is the island of Lemnos, which is the island of the women with the smelly pussies. And they have an entire ritual based around this smelly pussies. And who would have thought the ritual of the smelly pussies actually is tied to the Murex and the Shell, and Medea. Oh my God, just read Carl Ruck and you'll find all about this and all about the puns and all about how to ride Ruck's razor across history and find all of these puns. So Ruck's scooter, everybody should ride Ruck's scooter when you can and just remind yourself.
So
hey,
are my options 1 and 3?
No, the options are endless. It's a trick question.
Yeah.
So, you know, the most popular answer actually.
But I want the right answer. Okay.
Well, the most popular answer recently has actually been a thesis, a synthesis, which is the trident, which is the one shaft with 3 heads.
Whoa.
Right.
Yeah,
so as above, so below, which is very, very intuitive, unless you're Hecatean and you realize the duality fallacy there, where you only deal in mother, maiden, crone, right? When you're dealing with a feminine force, you are abandoning duality, right? Duality is male, female. When you are talking about Hecatean traditions, you are talking about past, present, future simultaneously, mother, maiden, crone. right? That's why you have the two moons, the two crescent moons with the full moon in the middle, right? What it's like to be a child, an adult, and elderly simultaneously, right? That's why you hear a lot of these priestesses reject the concept of age, because you go, well, I'm simultaneously a girl and an old woman at the same time, and sometimes I'm motherly, sometimes I'm childlike, sometimes I'm elderly, all simultaneously, because the way that matriarchal societies understand time is fundamentally different than the way that patriarchal societies do. And most of human history was written down by patriarchal societies. Dudes fucking shit up, right? But for hundreds of thousands of years, we didn't have that problem. You know what we also didn't do? Waste the time writing things down symbolically. That's male logic.
Interesting.
You get when you have an excess of males
Yeah.
in your society, right?
Interesting.
Most
I like
of human history, having an excess of males was a problem, because males fight, they cause problems. Anybody who has ever ran a farm knows what happens when you have too many roosters. And for the hens, you only need one. You don't need all of these roosters. What do you do with the excess males?
Bloodbath.
You make Nazis.
Exactly. You sacrifice.
You make what?
them.
What'd you say?
You make
Bloodbath.
Nazis.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, so that's the thing, is that the fascism and the Nazism and all of that is an inevitable
Young men.
result of an excess male population, right? Nazis hate
That have
the
nowhere
Great
to go.
Mother.
Yeah.
Nazis hate the Great Mother. They
That's
resent
right.
the Great
That's
Mother.
right.
Nazis
Yes.
hate kombucha.
Yes.
They genuinely do. So
Aztecs.
having too many males, when you have a matriarchal society, you have these bloodbath rituals. And the human existence was much longer when this was the standard. This is what we're living in has only been a 10,000-year-old phenomenon, right? And it's not a 10,000-year-old phenomenon everywhere. It's a 10,000-year-old phenomenon, period. And modern humans, that all of us are, is approximately 300,000 to 400,000 years old, right? And then you have other human forms before that who also didn't have these problems, also didn't write things down, also didn't tell time the same way, and we're also largely matriarchal societies, right? We think hunter-gatherers, the women can't hunt, women can't gather. Fuck the entire fuck off,
Midwives can do anything. Midwives can do anything.
They can do anything,
And they're really funny, actually.
and that's really part of what we're trying to drive home, is that our book it's not just radically feminist, it's anthropologically feminist, it's revolutionarily feminist, right? We're talking about not going back to Rome or to Greece, or we're talking about going back to the fucking earth, right? Going back to Gaia, right? Going back to having a relationship with coming out of the cave, right? And having that coming out of the cave relationship makes going into the cave so much more special. If you understand that you came out of the cave, right? What does that do to your relationship of the going into the cave, right? Not all people get to go into the cave, right? A lot of those males that came out of the cave, they didn't make it. They were sacrificed. They were the blood sacrifice. So what does that mean to those who are left to go into the cave and to do that catabasis and to come, to have another form come out, right? It's really deep psychological. It gets us into your lizard brain, obviously, right? Right. This isn't a thing that language. We're talking about this metaphor of the cave, right? The cave can be so many things, right? It can be a dry cave, it can be a wet cave. Anybody who's dealt with the cave knows what a dry cave and a wet cave looks like. You deal with those caves a little bit differently, you know what I mean? There's a little bit of a Hakatua situation going on, and that Hakatua, that can be potent magic. You know what I mean? If you know how to Haktua to get that dry cave into a wet cave that's hospitable for for this alchemical being potentiality of becoming. You know what I mean?
I think Tiger Shark was. Go ahead. Sorry.
My
No.
answer for the Hecate is probably androgynous, and that goes back to Plato saying that all forms and all beings were actually androgynous, and they were split by Zeus.
Well, I think that is Aristophanes. What Plato says, Aristophanes says.
Right.
So they're the form, right, and then you have
Right.
the male and the female combined, and when they separate,
I think Plato wrote it down, but he
he wrote down what Aristophanes said during the symposium.
Oh,
was that
okay, yeah.
males
Plato
and
seems like an
females.
asshole.
Drunk
Plato
off
is
his
kind of-
ass.
Agreed.
But Aristophanes was largely being funny because he was initiated in these rituals and had great reverence for the great mother, and recognized that the Demetrian festivities are a modern and newer ritual based instead of the Brimo and the Balboian, Hecatean rituals, right? You can read Jung about this as well. Jung talks about how Brimo was an archetypical goddess who was Hecate, who was Gaia. It's Brimo, Gaia, Hecate, all simultaneous.
I am.
Right. I am, yeah, and Balbo. They were all basically this great mother who gave birth to the divine son, right? And the divine son always had a twin. Sometimes the twin was male, sometimes the twin was female, sometimes the twin was androgynous. That's the twin aspect of the divine son. That's why you have these dualities and stuff, right? But a lot of that ritual and a lot of that stuff that was written down is a patriarchal, agricultural based overcoming of the wild, right? Overcoming of the native, overcoming of the chthonic, right? And the nomadic, right? The deterritorialized, the non-territorialized, the proto-territorialization of your existence, right? You didn't have that same relationship in a matriarchal society because territorialization is one of those things that we think of temporally, right? Like the fence is up now, but the borders were different then, and but the borders themselves and the putting up of the fence, that's a patriarchal tendency. Matriarchal societies didn't relate to the earth and didn't relate to the land and didn't relate to their temporality in that way where you would be inclined to put a wall or a border up because you all recognize yourself as being of the same filth and of the same rejuvenation and secular cycles, right? This excess maleness that we have been dealing with for 10 to 12,000 years is what creates this tendency to draw fences and to draw borders and to draw lines on a map. Gaia doesn't care about the lines that we draw on her, right? She is her totality, right? Like she's the totality. She doesn't recognize, this where the lines are for our borders, for your land and for your neighbor's land. It's like your maleness land and your neighbor male's land. That doesn't make sense to Gaia, right? This is a thing that we put on top of her, but she is the totality and as above and so below, right? Like it's the same thing as us drawing constellations and connecting stars, right? It's the same thing that we do to Gaia. We draw these little lines and we go, this is mine. Like the constellations don't exist, guys. The lines on the map don't exist. Gaia doesn't care about the constellations and she doesn't care about the lines on the map.
Because the map is not the territory.
The map is not the territory.
I read that once.
Thank you.
I have an answer to the Cerberus question, but before that, Do you think a lot of these drug rituals coming out of the Bronze Age that seem to me possibly forming like the structure of the hero's journey? Um, do you think that these were rituals, these coming of age rituals that men primarily were put through so that you could see what they were made of, slash, connect to a better part of yourself, slash, do you know what I mean? Like where the hero
Yes.
and the villain's born, and the villain chooses the self-centered, childish, tyrannical path at the end of the ritual, having seen, XYZ of existence and everything you just mentioned there. Uh, and that it might be an excess of males, but it also might be a loss of those rituals where like these kind of permanent children disconnected from reality. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, and so that these rituals that were, and all, I mean, I guess the males hijack the rituals typically. Me and Tiger Shark had talked about that with in other cultures because I guess the power of them or something like that. But if we had more of those, maybe we would like have little Johnny Nazi running around right now. You know what I mean? Like if you put that motherfucker in a psychedelic fucking hellscape hero's journey, that
Yeah.
it, yeah, that, and if he made it out the other end, and if he didn't, it's like, sorry for your luck. You weren't strong enough.
Yeah. Bury him in the dirt and let the ants eat his face and see how long he lasts.
And then he comes out and he's like, you know what? Like, well,
Yeah.
they're probably tougher in a lot of ways that are
Right.
different or whatever else. And they could face, maybe the challenges the tribe might need them to face in the future or go down, with virtue or something like that. But they don't know who they are until they're put through something like that. Right. And to wait until the time calls for it is to wait for possible disaster, I guess.
Yeah, so a lot of the rituals for sacrificing excess males, you put them you throw them in cold water, you leave them exposed to the elements. If they survive, welcome back. You are a decent breeding stock. Good. Congratulations. You're rough and tough, and you've met your biological whatever the community views as being biologically valuable, right? That's a thing that changes through time and place and all of that. The type of things that a desert matriarchal community versus a type of matriarchal community that has winter, snowy climatic winters. Those rituals manifest themselves a little bit differently because you're fundamentally it's without sounding and to purposely and deliberately invoke a word that has a bad rap. This is female centric, feminist, defensive eugenics, right? To eliminate. Yeah. But they're all deliberate. All those words there are deliberate. You are basically calling you're eliminating the amount of excess maleness, and doing so you are fundamentally selecting the males that are then going to contribute to the breeding stock. And women are brilliant and know that you can't have these incestual situations going on, so you have to go to a community elsewhere, right? So you're essentially trading males with other female communities. So the maleness that is viable and seen as valuable to this community fundamentally becomes a currency as well, right? So one of these things that you need to remember when you're looking at some of these mythologies that we understand as being a hero's journey, right? The hero's journey isn't starting at birth the way matriarchal societies do. Matriarchal societies started the hero's journey at birth, and if you survived that, then you became, potential breeding stock for not necessarily the local community, but a community far away, at one of these rituals and stuff. What you see in a lot of these ancient Greek mythologies is a matriarchal resistance to colonialization, right? So Hecate and Medea being this the goddesses of Colchis, like the queens of Colchis. What would happen is if you were unlucky enough to be a male that washed up on shore in Colchis, guess what? The hero journey starts, and you're going through this catabasis ritual where you are basically, if you can survive this 3-day poisoning where you come down and you have to maintain an erection the entire time.
What?
Right? Yeah. This is all stuff that you read rock. Yeah, it's a 3-day ritual. Well, they would poison you, and you would have to maintain an erection outside of, like, you did not have control of your body.
Oh.
Right? You were dosed with mud or mandrake and opium and henbane and all of these crazy psychedelic, psychoactive things. These were not entheogens, right? These priestesses and the Hecatean priestesses were not giving this to you as a thing that, like, as a aphrodisiac for the males to enjoy, right? It was, do you have the qualities and the attributes that these societies view as being valuable, and can you survive the ritual? Right? So this is a layer that they're responding to because they're interacting with patriarchal societies colonizing their lands, right? So Hecate basically had this reputation of torturing men and liberating women if they were washed on shore, right? So if you went out and you were Jason and the Argonauts and you wash up on shore, right? They're gonna put you through these rituals, and if you survived, guess what? Death by snoo. You just become a fucking stud horse.
What's a snoo?
Priapist.
Yes.
Perpetual.
You become this perpetual priapus stud horse of breeding stock, and then you are traded and enslaved, and you become a ritual sex slave. And this is a thing that
sounds terrible.
No, it's actually a thing that was honored because you were the one who made it through this ritual. And you become this stud horse that goes around to all of these different festivals, and you're basically put on a pedestal and compared to the other stud horses that these matriarchal societies were able to breed, right? And this is where a lot of the like the games and the festivities and that sort of thing come out of, right? Is you're competing for the potentiality to breed with another matriarchal society outside of your own, right? Or the one that bred you or the one that cultivated you, right? Because males were currency throughout most of human existence, and males were few and far between because the excess males were culled from the herd. You were right. Does this make sense? This is all right. This is all ancient anthropology, right?
Reminds you of Spartacus.
Yes, that's where all of this stuff comes from, right? You got the Romulus and Remus. They were, suckled. They suckled on the wolves, and they were, and raised by wolves. This is where all this stuff comes out of. This is actually the domestication of dogs too. This is how the domestication of dogs came to be, was through this exchange with the Great Mother, right? So you would take your excess males and you would leave them on the tree line. Guess what? Excess males are also bad for wolf packs, and wild wolf packs call their excess males, and they, take them and push them off onto the outskirts of society. Good luck if you survive. We need more females to lead the packs, right? So that it comes. It's a
rates, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't really care about birth rates because that has a connotation with now and white supremacy and all of that dumb bullshit.
Okay, I didn't mean it like that.
No, I know you didn't mean it. I'm just saying that's one of those things that I'm trying to avoid that sort of terminology by couching in this anthropological kind of thing. The rate of births, it doesn't really matter, right? Giving birth is one of those things that is the largest killer of women throughout history.
Still is.
It still is, right? So having excess pregnancies and excess births, right? A female child was actually more valuable than a male child in most of these societies.
Yeah.
Right. Males just cause problems. So that's where you get these castration rituals from. They come out of, some
Oh,
society.
shit. Yeah,
Some
yeah.
societies
Yeah.
decided instead of just sacrificing the males, they would castrate them, right?
Yeah,
Which is what
yeah.
you do with a lot of agricultural rituals, right? So through this way of interacting and being, as the glaciers melted and the ice age ended, they started taking these practices that these matriarchal societies, hunter-gatherer matriarchal societies, have been doing for hundreds of thousands of years, and applying them to, the cute animals that they could hang out with, right? The cats and dogs and goats and pigs and horses and sheep, all of these animals that we associate with now. Those practices were perfected by matriarchal hunter-gatherer societies dealing with their excess male problems. Right? So most agriculture is actually female based. Most of the animals that you see on farms are female animals, not male animals.
Yeah.
Right?
Husbandry and such.
Yeah, it's ironic that we call it husbandry when most of the animals are female.
I just want to say, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I'll try and be brief, but I have a comment about I would love to see the numbers because I haven't looked into it. I'm curious because it's my understanding that in a way, birth is almost safer in a barn than it is like in the hospital setting. So I'm curious about the deaths from pregnancy because I believe that we have a divine intelligence in our bodies, and obviously these deaths happen and there are complications all the time. But I just question, I want more information on this. I need to research it more, like how intense the deaths were versus how intense the deaths are now. Like, what are the numbers on that? And that's what I want to throw out there.
Say they were as high as 30% of all births resulted in deaths back in ancient Greece.
Where are we getting the numbers from?
It's some consensus that's out floating around out there from historians.
Mm.
They don't really know exact numbers, but that's just what they kind of agree on.
So curious. I want to know everything
and a lot
about
of it. Like if you read Dioscorides de Materia Medica, a lot of that is abortifacients, as Mandy was mentioning. But like, obviously, he gets it from, and then even Galen talks about it. But Galen gets it from like Praxagoras and others before him, even. So there's a long history of use of that. But even like other cultures were using like the bee's tail nut, chewing on that as well during birth. And then they even found in the 4th century AD, they found a Jewish girl, 14 years old, with THC rubbed on her abdomen while she died giving birth. And they were giving her THC to try to calm her down while she was going through the pain of childbirth, but she died. So it's been a problem throughout history, and a lot of the medicine, as Amin says, I mean, that's one of the things he's correct on, as far as we can tell. I mean, we don't have the full picture of everything, but
exactly, yeah, I'm super curious.
Yeah, and one of the things that we need to remember is how prolific and how common abortifacients were. Right, most of gynecological medicine was designed to prevent birth or the pregnancy, right, and then to eliminate a pregnancy that was problematic, or if you weren't right. Not everybody in a community got pregnant, right? That wasn't everybody's role, was to to give birth, right? That wasn't a thing. You would have designated people within communities that did that, right? That's why you would have, the same mother within, or the person within the community that would give birth to a dozen kids, right?
Mhm.
But you would have, only one or two of those kids that would then go on to give birth, right? So you would have these extended families and such, right? So it wasn't just like the old saying is, it takes a village to raise a child, right? You got to think about, just because there was a mother that gave birth to this child doesn't mean that that's the community that raised that child, right?
Mhm.
You have dozens of people that are involved in the raising of that child. So yeah, not everybody within a community gave birth and was a breeder, was breeding stock, or you know what I mean. So it kind of you have this like I hate to use the idea of like a queen bee, but like you kind of did have that, right? And just like it's just one of the things that our modern culture, because of the way that because of the way that society has progressed for the past 10,000 years, we treat all women as breeding stock, which isn't the way that most women would have related to themselves throughout most of human existence, right? That's a
Right.
modern phenomenon, right? That is taking agricultural principles and applying them to the community at large, right? Which wasn't the same thing. That's a patriarchal inversion of the matriarchal tendencies. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Mandy, if you have any like information or sources that I could look into, also any of you guys, if you want to like send something over to me, I'm just super curious about this topic and it gets brought up a lot and I always want to dive into it and I don't even really know where to begin. So I think Tiger Shark said that Dioscordes, maybe if you want to send that over to me, if you can source
Yeah,
it.
a lot I
And
can
then
send you.
I mean, I think you can find a lot of this stuff in modern anthropology, like newer stuff that has been out in the past, say like 20 years, instead of going all the way back to Dioscordes, because a lot of this stuff, it comes out of giving voice to the silenced feminine features of most of society, right? And recognizing that the people who wrote things down were patriarchal, or
right.
of a patriarchal. If they were women, they were still of a patriarchal and agricultural mindset, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, taking a look at the way that
Well, don't we have
anthropology,
a lot of text missing? That makes me wonder. Right?
most texts are missing. Yeah, we have
Were
like,
those texts burned? The ones that women wrote?
yeah, probably. Honestly,
I
yeah.
mean,
Or they were rewritten in the names of men. That's a lot of.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
It's remarkable that you have, like Sappho that still survives. It's like, how did Sappho not become, this, turned into a male figure, and then it's because the femininity that Sappho was describing was undeniable, right? It's the same. It's describing not the Demeter aspect of femininity that the patriarchal Greeks were looking at. It's describing the Brimo and the Balbo and the Hecatean, right? Hecate isn't a agricultural goddess. Hecate is a chthonic goddess, right? Like Hecate's and Brimo and Balbo, these are chthonic deities, female deities. They're not like Demeter or Persephone, where they're of agriculture, right? They're of a planting of a seed, right? The chthonic is the organic and the natural rising out of the ground and out of the earth and of the cave, not the mechanical planting of a seed and the controlled Apollonian or arborescent, the tree like, right? We have these ideas of like a tree, whereas the Hecatean and the Balboian and the Brimoian, to listen, these Greek sort of ideas, they were very much rhizomatic. They were of that chaotic, under the ground potato like structure, right? So you have they're of themselves but connected and more chaotic under the ground structures, and then rise differently than a tree, right? The tree, the as above so below, that actually comes out of this arborescent patriarchal idea, whereas you have the Hecatian rhizomatic potato, right? Fundamentally different way of being and understanding yourself and your potentiality, right? If you recognize yourself as a potato and not of a tree, right? Like, right, what does that mean? What does your family potato network look like as opposed to your family tree, right? Like, fuck your family tree. You can cut a tree down, right? What is that family underground potato network, the rhizomatic network, right? It takes the nuclear family and kind of throws it out the window, right? Chase, what do you got to say?
I've got a thought. What if, hang on to your seats for this one.
Buckle up.
What if the cultic text of the Jesus is for all these poor male sex slave eunuchs to have their own little thing that's like Medea? Like, what if that's why it echoes it so much? Because they're like, oh, look at all these eunuchs, and like the trade's getting good. Maybe they're not all dying off. Maybe civilization's getting better. They're staying alive. I don't know. And he's like, eunuchs, some are made, some are born that way. So they're all under the kingdom of heaven here. And he's like the male Medea. And it's like, let me gather all the males into power. We have the power too. We can do rituals like her too. Look, with my semen. Like, sorry, my brain's going wild with this. Like, if we're coming out of the Bronze Age with all these female power cults and all these cultic texts, and it seems like it's been taken and stitched together and on purpose because it was super powerful, man. These are super powerful stories and stuff like that, rituals and stuff. Did they hijack it and make it male? And he is Jesus Jesus is the and that's why he's kind of like feminine. There's a whole bunch of weird shit going on.
Well, so
But it's like,
okay,
is
yeah.
he becomes the god of the outcasted males, and he's like, actually, you guys are the ones that should be in charge.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
so
he's the
Jesus is
There was only 200 families that ruled all of Rome. That's
Yeah.
it. It was a very small set of rich, wealthy people, and that's what they did. They took all of the culty stuff that was there, the poly, and they turned it into basically a state religion.
And the concept of the state, right? The state is incompatible with a matriarchal, feminine-based society, right? The state, that doesn't make any goddamn sense when you have a predominantly patriarchal society. The state manifests itself out of somebody else not handling their excess male problem properly, right? The state is a result of patriarchy, is a result of agriculture, is a result of all of these, this snowballing and this downhill of society that we call progress, right? We haven't progressed. what we're living, just because we're so and so thousands of miles away from each other right now talking to each other doesn't mean that we're progressing. You know what I mean? We have one female in the group right now and a bunch of dudes talking about dick jokes. You know what I mean?
Well, dude, but we do have a pedophile president, so we're doing good.
Right. Well, the thing is that we've probably always had them, and this is the one
fair. Okay,
we're
fair
aware
enough.
of.
This
and
one's so obvious. If I came to you, sorry, like, it's not political, guys. If I came to you and I said, "Hey, dude, Mandy, I got a great idea. I want to start a pageant with 12 to 14-year-old girls, and I'd like to be the judge." I'm just going to tell you that line right there, that setup, that dynamic, and I want you to tell me how you'd look at me after I said that. And that's all anybody needs to know. Anyway. And I'm going to jump off that real quick.
But here's the thing: is that is fundamentally an inversion of
what would largely be understood throughout human history.
For the males, yeah. I got what you're saying. Yeah.
It's an inversion of this, the males who have been cultivated and have basically gone through this ritual, whereas with the this creepy fucking pageantry that Donald Trump was involved with, that's a
what he was.
Yeah, he was involved with it. It was fucked up, right? It's
Sorry. It's so comical now. I just laugh.
It's the youth is not a thing that should really be like valued largely amongst society, right?
Yeah.
If you can't overcome youthfulness quickly, that's a problem. Right? That's a problem.
Yeah,
so
you're scared
this,
dummy.
So what capitalism and agriculture and
Expendable income.
all of everything that has existed for the past 12,000 years between agriculture and capitalism now, it's youthfulness is one of those traits that has been selected for, that most of female driven society would find repulsive.
Well,
right?
they targeted like kids for their parents' expendable income.
Yeah. So
think
about the way that the matriarchal cycles happen. You have mother, maiden, crone, right? You don't have this youthful, like prepubescent female that is deitized, right? That's a thing that comes out of agriculture, right? That's a thing that is deified by men and the male gaze. The female gaze looks at large, voluptuous, the rotund, like very voluptuous women, because they're the ones who can have lots of children, and the females that aren't like that in the society are the ones that don't become these breeders. They are the ones that are the balbos that make the breeders laugh, right? So that they can then do all of these things, right? They're the midwives, they're the weavers, and all of the things that make society possible, right? They're the ones who didn't need to breed, right? We need to take this idea that we have that is inherited in us as males, of like us being the center of society, and go, this isn't how most of human existence was, and look at all of our mythology with this critical lens, and going, just because we think that the people who wrote this stuff were really, really cool, like, were they actually really, really cool, or were they writing about enslaving and overcoming matriarchal societies that were the base of ethics, right? Like, ethics was created by women, not created by men who wrote it down, right? What they wrote down was probably and most likely fundamentally an inversion of the true female wisdom that was passed on for hundreds of thousands of years, right? We only have writing coming out 12,000 years ago or so, and it wasn't even that popular, right? And agriculture wasn't even that popular. Like, it only became super duper popular 1,000 years ago, and it took all of this stuff, and there's still people who exist to this day who are female matriarchal societies who don't practice agriculture, right? Like, they're not necessarily, you can't look at them as being you look at them and go and project what society was like 40,000 years ago or 50,000 years ago. That's not the way that you do anthropology, and you look at actual existing living people right now, because you're silencing a lot of their history and all of that, and the way that their societies have progressed, right? You're just looking at them as this I don't know what the word I'm looking for here. We've been going for 4 hours, but anyway, it's saying resonating with anybody, because I feel like I think that understanding that this satire stuff came out of a matriarchal society as the resistance for excess maleness, right? The maleness
is the thing that the satirists were always shaming, right? They're shaming the non-participation of the maleness, right? Like if you came to one of these rituals and you didn't participate, you were shamed, right? Like, and that shameness is a thing that humans have done and inherited from matriarchal societies, right? And just because females now who are agricultural and capitalistic and all of that, you know, they shame each other. You know, there's ways of saying like, oh, is there a tradition here that dates back hundreds of thousands of years, or is this a female way of existing in a male driven society, right? So even modern female shaming on of against each other is a matriarchal mindset, right? So it's hard to really like get your mind into what a Hecatean would have seen, you know, the world like, right? So when we're
Oh, no.
right when we're trying to understand what these people were viewing society and viewing themselves within their society as, right? Us as males, the best corollary that we can have, the best way that we can do it is to think of ourselves as being a breeding stock, right? As being a dog bred for particular things, being a bull that was bred for particular things, being a horse that was bred. You have to relate yourself to an animal that was bred and selected by a woman, right? To have any hope of relating to what a male in a Hecatean hegemony would have felt, right? It would have been absolutely fucking terrifying to be Jason and to wind up in Colchis, right? That's a death sentence. It's a death sentence, right? So we have that story of overcoming that death sentence, and that death sentence mirrors a lot of how colonization manifests itself throughout time. So a lot of the things that, you know, the English did when they came over here, or the Spanish or the French or the Portuguese did when they came over here, you know, that's the same human tendency that you know, the Greeks did to Colchis, right? There's a corollary. So what Greeks
Maybe having all these auctions with man or female is probably a bad idea.
Well, yeah, because that's putting this concept of value, right? A monetary value onto a person, right? That's a weird thing. Like you can take and break somebody down into the concept of they're worth this many nickels or this, you know, many
I heard greed's bad.
commodity exchangeable units. That's not the type of thing that a matriarchal society would even think of, right? Right? You look at, say, a male as being excess, just get rid of them, or potentially usable breeding stock, and this could be a valuable stud. And if they don't turn out to be a valuable stud, you treat them like, you know, any other, you know, secondary stud. What do you do with them? You sell them to another farm, or you take them out to the back and, you know, have a sacrifice. So, you know, I really do want to drive that home, that that's what our book is about. You know, our book is about reclaiming this matriarchal, Hecatean, Balboian, Bromoian mindset, and understanding how we, as people who recognize that capitalism is bad, you know, how do we like reset our minds without becoming fucking Nazis, right? How do we, you know, like we're not even talking about class consciousness right now. We're talking about overcoming class consciousness. Class consciousness is the thing that the patriarchy has to deal with, because it's a, you know, we're talking about, you know, Ouroboros consciousness, right? Cyclical consciousness, deep time consciousness, right? Hecatean Balboian, Bremoian, iambic consciousness, right? That's what we're trying to manifest in our readers.
Can your book answer? So, like, if I like really intelligent women who are like in their 30s and uh, a healthy weight, am I gay or no? The joke, sorry, the joke sounded so much funnier in my head. I thought everyone was gonna
Dude,
laugh.
here's the
I
thing is
tried.
that I want to answer it seriously, but I also want to answer it
I
with
was kidding. It's definitely a joke question.
Yeah,
It's like a Nazi asked you a question.
no, but there's actually something funny there, dude, because the way that we as males understand our sexuality and our you know the way that we relate in the world, we have to understand that it's a privilege to have been able to make it this far without having our dicks cut off by women. Right? If
I
you're
almost said.
yeah, you probably fucking deserved it, dude. And that's the thing is that most of human existence,
pretty nice guy.
Most of human existence, if you were a piece of shit male, you're gonna get your dick cut off. And
Gotcha.
if that's the worst that you if you make it out with just your dick cut off, you're lucky you still have your head attached to your shoulders. Sorry you don't have the little head. You did something fucked up and you don't deserve it anymore. Right? Like you probably
That makes sense.
you
Yeah,
probably deserve it, right? In a patriarchal society, if you get your dick cut off, you probably deserve it in one way or another. You did something fucked up with it. You wanted to put it somewhere it didn't belong, in something that didn't want it there. And the best way to deal with that is to cut off the problem.
Chop, chop.
Chop, chop. Snip, snip. We're out of here. Right? And I don't see that as being a bad thing. I don't have this Christian lens to the way that I see the world. I don't have this, modern lens. I didn't inherit any of that. So, if somebody says, so-and-so deserved to get their dick cut off, I go, yeah, probably they were going to do something bad with it and hurt a woman. Better off to cut it off than to have them do that. Sorry. And, chances are your breeding stock would eventually down the line do that again. And that's a bad thing. And to get that sort of thing out of society, you cut them off. And I think that's great. And we do more of that. We'll have a better society. We'll have a better earth. We'll reheal the planet. We'll recognize and revalue women. And all of that, and actual true female goddess worship would, be back in society. Us as males with our penises attached to us and we're all almost 40, we would daily thank the Great Mother for allowing us to still have our penises attached to us and still be able to, breathe fresh air being 40. Right? Like that's a thing that every single one of us should thank the Great Mother for. And we're all lucky that anybody else that has a penis that is 40 years old and wants it attached to their body, that still has it. You should thank the Great Mother for still allowing you to do that. Honestly, I have very, very little sympathy for males and for excess males. So, the more of them that, get shot in the neck, good. They weren't doing anything and advocating for women in any way.
I saw you had your shaker earlier. This is the one that's full of the teeth of dickless men.
Yes.
I know you have one that's full of the teeth of Nazis.
So this one here, you can see I repaired it a little bit. I got it. It's a child's toy. I took the handle off and I put the teeth of Nazis in it. And I know they are Nazi teeth because I removed them from a Nazi's mouth with my fist and I picked them up off the ground. And it's several Nazis. So not just one Nazi, but many of them are, their teeth are in this little rattle and I perform with it on stage. So, I really think that women and female societies were doing a great thing by gilding the skulls of the men that washed up on their shores and that didn't make the cut and didn't become, these ritualistic breeding stock. You just cut off their heads and you feed their flesh to the birds, and you gild their skulls and you eat soup out of them, and you drink wine and you pass them around, and all the women in society get to drink from that skull, that gilded skull. And I think that's a beautiful, beautiful matriarchal way of dealing with this excess male issue.
I feel like you're kissing up to like the new coming pole switch, and you just don't want to get your dick cut off, so you're like really brown nosing right now.
Well, so here's the thing: is that I have a massive. I have a very, very, very large penis, and it's not the type that would get cut off. It's the type that they would go, "Oh, keep that one around." There we go. And I've got a vasectomy, so I'm not going to pass these fucked up, this brain
big penis genes down.
These fucked up brain genes that I got, that's fucked up here, right? And I'm self-aware enough to realize how fucked up it would be to mix this with another person and to create another generation of people, right? That would be very fucked up, unethical thing for me, knowing how fucked up my brain is. Even though my penis is very, very large, and we can make another generation of large penis children, and eventually adult males. That's not good enough, because those large penis males in the future will also have the same fucked up brain chemistry that I have, right? That's the type of thing that would be ritualistically, or in some cases, maybe schizophrenia and such would be honored in these societies, especially if it's attached to a human being with a large, valuable penis. We got to remember that the Great Mother is a size queen, right? She is a size queen, no matter what it is. If you're going to make a language, that language has to have the largest throbbing linguistic penis. Otherwise, it's not valuable. Otherwise, it's only, the foreskin of the logos. And who the fuck cares about the foreskin of the logos? Cut that shit off. And you can cut off the entire thing while you're at it if it's teeny tiny, because the Great Mother is a size queen.
It's poetic.
It's poetic. So, we need to honor the Great Mother by ourselves also being size queens, and understanding and recognizing the size queen that's in us, right? The size queen in our heart, right? So whatever it is, go big or go home. Get fucked if you're not praising Eris.
Hail Eris.
Hail Eris. She was throwing those golden apples, and those golden apples, they were large and throbbing. They weren't tiny little crab apples. Eris,
I get to come up with a number of penises for Cerberus.
Yeah. Let's close it out. We got a couple minutes left. I think we'll close it out at like 4 hours and 30 minutes for the symposium. But Chase, we'll close it out with your answer of how many penises does Cerberus have?
5. 1 to meet you, 1 for each of the 3 days, and 1 to send you on your way. And when you're leaving, he's like, "You got fisted." And it's like this.
Hell yeah. Cerberus has
it's the best joke I could get. Sorry.
Cerberus has 5 penis. I love that. So
the 5-fingered hand of Eris.
The 5.
Yeah.
Eris.
It's a hand of penises that comes out.
There you go. Modern Medwa, we're going to give you the last word of the night. Do you have any closing thoughts for the people? Any words of wisdom, knowing that Friedrich Nietzsche said that wisdom is a woman and her name is Balbo?
Find something that makes your heart sing and love it and cherish it and build with it. Do something that brings you great joy. Focus on beauty and creation. And hail Eris. And hail the towel. This was really fun, guys.
Hail Eris, hail the towel. We all remember that you need chaos in your heart to give birth to a dancing star. And with that, I'm going to say good night, everybody. Hail Eris. And boom.
Nice. I saved that one for Mandy. Later, y'all. Nice. I saved that one for Mandy. Later, y'all.